Catch the spirit of the game, the Hastings Sidebusters.
So proud of the guys, just kept clawing, kept fighting back, and I'm beyond proud of them.
He sends a high fly ball to deep right center field. No one's going to catch that. It is going way back, and that is out of here for a home run. Luke Cossey, a monster shot, clears the 405 sign. Our first home run at Duncan Field since 2023. Touch 'em all, Luke Cossey.
Our fans recognize that, and they know that it's a family atmosphere at our place, and that's what we like.
One run will score. Here comes a second run home. Johnston digging for third. He slides in, and the Sodbusters have a 3-0 lead as Weston Johnston scorches one over the head of Jake Daly.
All the credit to the guys in the dugout playing really, really hard, keeping it simple, throwing strikes on the mound, going right at kids, and then just keep it simple up at the plate. And all the credit to the guys for just busting their butts night in, night out.
Catch the spirit of the game, the Hastings Sidebusters.
It's the 4th of July. Happy birthday, America. Let's play some baseball. The Hastings Sodbusters, the Fremont Moo from Duncan Field in ILB action today. Hastings has dropped 6 in a row, but this is no time to panic. Just play solid baseball and see what happens. Sodbusters come in at 16-13, 0-1 in second half competition in the Independence League. Fremont is 15-13 and 3-2 in second half play. Well, the Sodbusters have had officially off until Monday. They ended up playing an exhibition game against the Cornhusker League. American Legion All-Stars on Wednesday fell in that contest by a score of 5-4. Fremont had a couple of games with the Nebraska Prospects and split those contests, winning 17-9 and losing 6-2. Should be a fun one, always is, when Hastings and Fremont get together. So far, the Sodbusters have won 2 of the 3. Back on June 2nd, it was Hastings taking a 7-6 come-from-behind win. On the 7th of June, Hastings won a 5-2 game in Fremont. And then earlier this week, Fremont pretty much leading wire-to-wire in a 6-3 victory over the Sodbusters. Offense has struggled here in the second half. We'll have to see what happens today as Hastings turns to one of its top pitchers to try to get the ship righted today. Creighton Jacobitz will be on the hill. I'm Steve Stein with Connor Christensen. When we come back, we'll have a Sodbusters spotlight as we hear from left-hander Jacob Buldorn, the Arkansas Tech product from Canada. Fun interview with him. That comes your way next. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here. I feel better already.
The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by game.
It's Jacob Buldorn, the Canadian. We get an opportunity to get his story. Talk a bit about your path of becoming a Hastings Sodbuster.
Well, it all started when I went to Arkansas Tech. Obviously, you hear about stories from Will Horton, JT Cafferty, Omar Jackson, Wonder Boys that have gone through Hastings before, and you hear all their stories, and you just want to be the next Wonder Boy to come up to Hastings. And unfortunately, it didn't happen last year, but this year was my year, and I'm very excited for the opportunity to play up here in Nebraska. It's a very fun league. It's been a great time so far.
It's great to have you here. Maybe more an interesting story. How does one get from Canada to Arkansas Tech?
Well, it's always been a dream to play college baseball in the United States. Coming from Canada, baseball pretty much ends when you're 17 at high school and stuff like that. So college has always been a dream of mine in the States, and I sent in emails and stuff and got recruited by Arkansas Tech. Fell in love with the coach, the campus, the state. It's been a great time over there too, and I'm just really appreciative of everything I've gotten and very grateful.
In a hockey hockey haven like Canada, is baseball pretty rare? I mean, I think summer baseball up in Canada is really big. Talk a bit about what you do in high school baseball. Is it summer?
Yeah, baseball is during the summer. It's not sports aren't really associated with schools so much as they're down here. So I played for my city, all that. Obviously played hockey. Hockey's huge up there. There's like 8 teams minimum per little town and stuff. In baseball, there'll be one, but it's definitely a lot smaller, a lot tighter. I know everybody knows everybody. So all the people from Quebec, where I'm from, in the colleges playing baseball, everybody knows each other. It's this really tight community. But yeah, baseball's not that big, but it's a close little family. It's fun.
Is there any skill that translate to baseball, or is it two totally different things? I always hear, you're multi-rounded athlete. Does that help?
I definitely think baseball helped more in hockey than hockey's helping in baseball with the hand-eye coordination and stuff. But no, hockey definitely helped with the grit and the strength, whereas baseball is more of a finesse and like more of a mental kind of game. But no, hockey definitely helped become an athlete, and just baseball was just my passion. So yeah.
John with Jacob Boldoin, solid left-handed pitcher hitting almost 90 on the gun. Talk a little bit about your goals for the summer. What were you trying to improve on as you come to pitch for the Hastings Southwestern?
Yeah, as you said, always been a hard-throwing lefty, which has opened a lot of doors for me and stuff. But coming up here, really want to work on my control, eliminating the walks, and getting better off-speed and stuff, because I know hitters down at Arkansas Tech, they can hit a fastball. At 95, 96, they don't care. They can hit a fastball. But so you got to get something, get it off time, and mix them up, give them a different look. So really eliminating walks and getting better off-speed was my main objective this summer.
I always think you're a right-hander because you throw it almost 90 miles an hour, which is kind of a rarity, that's really cool. And with that kind of stuff, I mean, you're at a Division II NCAA school, but is there a possibility to see baseball beyond college?
Definitely want to see baseball where it can take me. I want to play it as long as I can, if that's either in the United States or international. There's great leagues all over the world, and I want to let baseball help me travel and stuff. I already traveled to Arkansas. I never thought I'd be in Nebraska. Now I'm here. All these states, all these different places that baseball has taken me. So if it can take me to Europe, Japan, Korea has a great league. So that's all future plans that we'll see where baseball takes me. Yeah.
Being from Canada, is there a chance, like at the Canadian national team, if you get that kind of skill level?
Well, yeah, the Canadian national team's pretty stacked right now with Edouard Julien, Josh Naylor, guys like that are in the big league. So it's not that small of a community that I can hope for that just yet. But obviously, it'd be an amazing accomplishment to be able to represent my country sometime in an international competition.
You have been kind of a high leverage guy. Do you kind of thrive in that? There's been a lot of times you've been the late inning guy. Do you like the relief aspect of it, or would you rather lengthen out and be a starter?
Oh, definitely like being a reliever. The high adrenaline, stressful moments is really where I strive, where you can't make a mistake and the pressure's on. That's really when you have to lock in, and I love those moments. I love being in that spotlight and just being the guy out of the pen in the tight moments, tight games, important games especially. It just makes me so much better.
You talked about individual Canadians in the majors. Are you a Toronto fan? Do you have a major league team you follow?
I'm actually a Red Sox fan. Red Sox are 4.5, 5 hours from Montreal, so I've been very lucky to go to Fenway very often. Big Red Sox fan, but obviously Blue Jays are pushed onto you when you're really young on TV and stuff, so I know a lot of Blue Jays players, follow the Blue Jays obviously, but Red Sox have my heart.
We're hearing from Jacob Boldoin, left-handed reliever for the Hastings Sodbusters. Academically, what are you studying? What are you planning for if baseball doesn't work out long-term?
Well, right now I'm a health and physical education major at Arkansas Tech, planning on being a PE teacher somewhere in the world. Just a baseball coach too. I really like the coaching and analyzing and helping people become better and giving back to all the knowledge I've gained. I've always looked up to my coaches, and I hope it can be somebody's mentor like that someday.
And you mentioned the teaching aspect of it. Is it pretty universal in terms of once you get an education degree, can you teach in Canada and vice versa?
Well, right now, teachers are pretty high demand pretty much everywhere in the world. So, yeah, once I get my degree at Arkansas Tech, it'll be recognized back home in Canada. So I'm pretty lucky. It didn't used to be that way, but everybody needs teachers nowadays. So they made it so it's much easier for me to go back home and teach. So that'll be easy.
Do you speak French?
I do. French is my first language. Saint-Jacques-Richelieu, I saw you try to say the city earlier on the stream. Boldoin, I know those are hard names, but you guys are doing a great job.
I appreciate that. Say your hometown and say your high school, because we do not know how to say it.
So, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, Quebec, Canada, and I went to Académie Les Estacades in Trois-Rivières.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to repeat what he just said. That's Jacob Boldoin, the Canadian, a reliable left-handed reliever out of Arkansas Tech. He's our Sodbuster Spotlight. I'm Steve Stein.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
The Hastings Sodbusters, the Fremont Moo, as we bring you this Independence League baseball action today. As Hastings and Fremont squaring off for the fourth time this year. The Sodbusters coming in at 16-13. Fremont at 13-15. Hastings coming off an exhibition game loss to the Cornhusker American Legion All-Stars, as that was a 5-4 setback, and the All-Stars scored 3 runs the top of the 7th and made it stick. Sodbusters, an official 6-game losing streak, and then they fell in that contest, which did not count in the standings. But you're kind of hoping from a Sodbuster standpoint that they would come out and get that win, because it's a team that really needs to experience winning right now. Hopefully they'll find a way today against the Fremont Moo. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. First of all, for Hastings, it's Christian Loera leading off and playing shortstop. Drew Vega at second base, batting second. Jackson Crane in left field, batting third. Cale Jensen, welcome back to Cale. Designated hitter today for the Hastings Sodbusters. Central City High School graduate and has seen a variety of college experiences. Next stop, the University of Illinois Chicago. Congratulations to him for having that D1 opportunity coming up in the fall. Weston Johnston, the catcher, bats fifth, and it's Luke Causey in right field, batting sixth. Brock Cross at third base, batting seventh. Graham Hilton is at first base, batting eighth, and batting ninth and playing center field is Chase Phillips. Creighton Jacobitz will be on the mound for the Hastings Sodbusters. Once again for Hastings, it's Loera, Vega, Crane, Jensen, Johnston, Causey, Cross, Hilton, Phillips, with Jacobitz on the hill. Fremont goes with Tanner Jacobson in center field. Camden Brzezinski is in left. Cooper Fucino doing the catching. It's Grant Richnoski in right field. Henry Heyman is the designated hitter. Sevi Aguirre plays first base. Joshua Hardiman is the third baseman. Luke Saxton is at second base. And Preston Gajewski is the shortstop, batting ninth. Zachary Vincent gets the start on the mound for Fremont. Once again for the Moo, it's Jacobson, Brzezinski, Fucino, Richnoski, Heyman, Aguirre, Hardiman, Saxton, Gajewski with Vincent on the mound. Sodbusters under the direction of Josh Printer, assistant coach Corey Coranda. And for the Fremont Moo, they are under the direction of Connor McGonigal in his third year. Jason Clark is first year as an assistant. Tyler Dunham is first year as an assistant. McGonigal is the head coach this year. He was kind of co-head coach last year and has also been an assistant coach. He's a graduate of the University of Sioux Falls and Omaha Burke High School. Josh Printer, the assistant coach at Arkansas State Mountain Home. That was his hometown as well, and his home college. He ended up graduating from Houston Christian with a degree in interdisciplinary studies this past year. Hastings, this game by the numbers, now hitting .256 on the year, a team ERA of 4.87. Fremont coming into today a team BA of .243, and the earned run average for the Moo is at 3.85. The Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. Let's take you down to the field and get the singing of our national anthem on this 4th of July broadcast here of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Now, Buster fans, please rise, remove cover, and honor America on this Independence Day with the singing of our national anthem from Jillian Stromer.
Can you see whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Welcome back to historic Duncan Field. It is an overcast day for baseball, expecting storms later on. Cloudy right now. We've seen some sprinkles. Don't expect the real rain to come until after our broadcast today as the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo square off. Hope you enjoy our stream today. We did have a little bit of audio issues early on, so if you missed any of the Jacob Boldoin interview, that is available on our Spotify. It's called the Sodcast. You can go to Spotify, search for Sodcast, and find all of our post-game interviews and all of our pre-game player profiles, including the Canadian Jacob Boldoin. You can get that today, as we had a little bit of a technical snafu, as we appreciate the work of Connor Christensen and Mason Hendricks getting that nailed down here, and hopefully we're as clear as we can be without the man, Ryan Valenta, today. He's got July 4th off. He'll be back later on this weekend, but we'll do our best to call and show you what's happening today here as Hastings takes on Fremont. Creighton Jacobitz is on the hill. He did throw an inning this past Wednesday. Would have been his bullpen day anyway, so it doesn't really affect his pitch count. He's 3-2, a 1.78 ERA, making his 7th appearance in 35 1/3, allowing 16 runs, 10 of those earned. He's allowed 25 hits, struck out 38. He has walked 10. He has hit 9. Opponents hitting 189 against Creighton Jacobitz as a left-hander for the Hastings Sodbusters, and Jacobitz has now committed to play at Arkansas Tech. So cool for Creighton Jacobitz. He'll get a chance to wear the green and gold of Arkansas Tech after wearing the green and gold of the Hastings Sodbusters here the last couple of years. And Fremont will send to the plate Tanner Jacobson, right-handed hitting center fielder, as we get things rolling here on this 4th of July at 4:32. Scheduled 4:30 start time, so we are pretty much good to go. And the first pitch. It's over but low for ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes on Jacobson. Batting .288, he's got a home run, a double. He's knocked in 6. He's scored 15 times, 1 for 5 against Hastings pitching so far this year. And the 1-0 delivery misses inside for ball 2. So says home plate umpire Austin Lukemeyer. Jim Langen is the field umpire today for this two-man crew of Hastings Sodbuster baseball. 2-0 delivery. That's right across for strike. 2 balls and a strike. Defensively, the Sodbusters going with Weston Johnston behind the plate. At first base, Graham Hilton. Second baseman, Drew Vega. At third, it's Brock Cross. The shortstop is Christian Loera. In left field, Jackson Crane. Center fielder, Chase Phillips. And the right fielder, Luke Causey. And this pitch is bounced foul. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tanner Jacobson. Just getting rolling. Top half of inning number 1 of Sodbuster baseball. It's a 4-game homestand here as Hastings will have 3 with the Plainsmen after this single game with the Fremont Moo. Moo coming off a split against the Nebraska Prospects on Tuesday and Wednesday. 2-2 delivery. Bouncing ball to the right side. Going to be picked up by the first baseman, Graham Hilton. Solid over there, and he makes the play for the first out of the first inning. Graham, pretty multi-talented. He was the catcher in his last outing in that exhibition, and he took a shot off the head with a bat early in that game and gutted it out, stayed in there. Camden Brzezinski now bats now, left-handed hitting left fielder for the Fremont Moo. 1 out, nobody on. We're in the first inning of this 4th of July 4:30 special. And the pitch right in there for a strike, no balls, and a strike on Brzezinski. Camden, a Butler Bulldog, didn't play in the spring for that Division I team from the Big East. 208 for the year here in the summer with 3 doubles. Watches the pitch go by for a strike. He's knocked in 5. He scored 14 times. Did have a multi-hit game Monday against the Sodbusters, 2 for 5. 2 runs batted in and 2 runs scored. Pitch is taken outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count on Brzezinski. No score, top half of inning number 1. Had planned on moving this game up anyway, but it's looking even smarter with the potential for rain later on here in central Nebraska. 1-2 delivery. Taken upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Brzezinski. 408 to straightaway center here at Duncan Field. 405 to the alleys. 367 on the right field line. 370 to left. 2-2. And Jacobitz brings it home. Told strike 3. Good fastball on the outside corner. As Jacobitz hitting about 82 miles an hour here in the early going. The early returns for him for Creighton Jacobitz. Here's Cooper Fucino, hit for the cycle here recently in the road trip to Casper. He is a Creighton recruit. Did play in 6 games in the spring for the Blue Jays. And a returnee for the Fremont Moo, 324 last summer with 4 home runs. Takes the pitch upstairs. He's batting .317 so far for the summer. His only homer and his only triple came when he hit for the cycle. So if you're going to get him, you may as well get him in bunches and put yourself in Fremont Moo history. 1-0 delivery is taken upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. And it's almost tough to miss high to Fucino. He is a big dude. He can gun it down to second base. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 outs, nobody on in the first. A few sprinkles here at Duncan Field. And this pitch is outside for a ball. 3-0 the count now on Fucino. So a little bit of drizzle, sprinkles. Again, we don't expect this to amount to much. There is a line of thunderstorms expected to develop later on today. And it's a 4-pitch walk to Fucino. So 1 out and 2 on for Grant Richnovsky. Richnovsky out of Northwestern Iowa College. Hitting .152 for the summer. A couple of doubles, 7 runs batted in. He has scored 7 times, 0 for 3 in 2 games played so far against the Hastings Sodbusters. Grant Richnovsky. Batting in the right-handed box, Fucino leads away from first. Here's the pitch. Rifles this one to the left side. It's off the glove of Loera and into center field. Fucino around third, and now the Sodbuster center fielder mishandles, throws it wildly back in, and Chase Phillips will get it back in. It missed his cutoff man, and Jacobitz picks it up. That was ugly all the way around as Richnovsky will reach on the error. Cooper Fucino advances to second, or goes on to third. Richnovsky advances to second, so after all of that, there'll be runners at second and third and 2 outs. Christian Loera so solid defensively during the course of his Sodbuster year, but really had that one eat him up a bit. And now it's pretty good little rain shower right here as the fans are headed for the concourse. The pitch taken outside. Again, you hear Scott Galusha's best friend is the National Weather Service guy. As he was visiting with him beforehand, there's going to be a little showers, intermittent showers, but this is a pretty healthy shower right now as the pitch comes in high for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes on Henry Heyman. Heyman bats. Division I prospect from Akron University. He's an Australian, and it is really coming down right now. So much for the forecast of not expected to do a whole lot. This is a darn good rain shower coming right now. And Creighton Jacobitz trying to find a way to get out number 3 and end this opening frame as there is nobody. Well, a couple of Hardy fans with an umbrella still in the grandstands right now. Everybody else up at the concourse watching this one. And a swing and a miss. Two balls and a strike on Henry Heyman for the Fremont Moo. So an early error giving Fremont a big chance here. Could have been out of the inning. Now there's second and third and 2 outs. The Sodbusters have struggled with 2 outs both offensively and defensively during this 6-game skid. Can they get the 3rd out with no damage done? 2-1 delivery on the way. Way high and outside. And how hard is it to hang on to the baseball? And right now it looks like we're going to stop. So an early rain delay here on a 3-1 count. Our first rain delay of the day happens at 4:39. So 7 minutes into this baby, we have ourselves a rain delay. This is not plan A. Hoping to make it through before the rain hits. And Scott Galusha and the Hastings Sodbusters have had awful luck with the weather for the most part this year. When they were playing their best baseball to begin the season, we are going to be playing a couple of commercials, and then, matter of fact, let's just we're going to take 2 commercials. I'll come back, and we need to get some equipment put away outside, and so we'll take a quick breather here. As this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Core CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs. We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
It is Sodbuster Baseball. Appreciate the extra work for Connor Christensen. He's got to go rescue some big equipment. The flight scope is out in the rain. Again, we did not expect a downpour here at Duncan Field, and that is what we got, and that is what we are currently getting. Rain delay 7 minutes into this game as the Hastings Sodbusters, and now it's over. It's lightened up. It's not quite over yet, but it's certainly lighter than it was when we stopped play a few minutes ago. The Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo literally just getting rolling, and we have to have a little delay. 83 degrees at game time, and according to our forecast, rain is going to be lasting for 8 minutes, and that's just about what we had. It's almost done now. So we had the rain shower come through, 88% humidity, and again, the barometric pressure is going down. We saw the clouds look threatening. They visited a little bit with the National Weather Service, but thought, going to be pretty good. It's just going to be intermittent showers on and off until about 9 o'clock tonight. So we were hoping not to have an early rain delay, and indeed that's what we've had, as it was pouring when they told the folks to head to their dugouts. Now, whether we had lightning, I do not know. So that is going to be a totally different animal if there was lightning viewed. If that happens, it's going to be a half hour from when we started. So we'll try to figure out that aspect of it, or whether it's just going to be about 4 or 5 minutes. So we're going to fill a little time in that respect. Let you know that the Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo just getting rolling as we're in the top half of inning number 1. We got through 4 batters and into the 5th, and we had a 3-1 count on Henry Heyman before it really let loose, and they sent the teams to their respective dugouts, and now it's all but stopped. So again, if we didn't have any lightning, we should get rolling here without too much of a delay. Sodbusters coming into today 16-13. They're 0-1 in second half competition in the Independence League, 11-5 on the home field, and they are 3-2 in their yellow jerseys, what they're wearing today. Fremont coming in 13-15. They're 3-2 in second half competition. Against one another, Hastings 2-1, but they're batting only .196 against the Moo in the first 3+ games, an ERA of 3.64. Fremont not hitting much better against Hastings, .204 with an ERA of 3.68. So fairly good pitching between the two teams in these 3 games so far, with Hastings winning 7-6. Hastings winning 5-2 in that game on June 7th. In Fremont, saw the Sodbusters actually be out-hit 5-3. They put up 5 runs in the 4th inning. It was a scheduled 7-inning contest, and the Sodbusters won it because Fremont turned around to play the Nebraska Prospects immediately after that. That's why that was only a 7-inning game. And then Fremont ended up winning the contest 6-3 earlier this week. Fremont out hitting Hastings 9-6 in that contest as the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. And it looks like Scott Galusha is going to come out, the owner GM, to visit with the head coach for the Fremont Moo. Again, are we going to be delayed for just a few minutes, or did they see lightning and meaning it could be a half hour? That's going to be the big question here in this. If we are in a little longer delay, we're going to be playing back some of our Sodbuster spotlights and filling the time here for our YouTube broadcast as the Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. Rain delay, the last thing we were hoping for today, but because we were really hoping to get this baby done before we're expected to really get some rain here before long. It looks like we're going to get rolling sooner than later as the Sodbusters are now retaking the field. Creighton Jacobitz has to kind of reset here. He was on the verge of being out of this inning, but an error continuing the frame. It was 2 up and 2 down, but then a walk and an error. He had a 3-1 count on Henry Heyman. He is going to get a couple of pitches here. And then we'll see Austin Lukemeyer get back behind home plate and Jim Langen in the field. As we're going to take a real quick break here, play one commercial, and bring you back here for Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen, a tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better now.
Welcome back to Sodbuster Baseball. We do want to make a correction. I appreciate the Fremont radio guy coming over. Their number 4 has been changed. It's Time and Long. Time and Long is their new number 4 in their lineup. So not Grant Richnovsky, who was the guy that reached on an error and is now at second base. Time and Long at second base. Henry Heyman at the plate, and we are set to go, and the pitch is low for a ball. So Time and Long at second base. Cooper Focino is at third. Henry Heyman just walked, and now here's Sevi Aguirre at first base for the Fremont Moo. It's a big chance here for the Moo, and a Sodbuster team which has scuffled as of late, particularly trying to get that third out. This is a big moment here early on for the psyche of the Hastings Sodbusters as Creighton Jacobitz trying to survive the first with no damage done, and the initial pitch right across for strike, no balls and a strike on Sevi Aguirre out of southeastern Oklahoma State. He's from Coffeyville, Texas. 326 with a double, 8 runs batted in, 7 runs scored. He's got a stolen base and had a big game against the Nebraska Prospects on Tuesday as part of that 2-game series. He ended up going 3 for 5, 4 runs batted in, and 2 runs scored. Fouls this pitch away, quickly 2 strikes. It's still drizzling here, and the rain picking up again. And people who had come back to their seats are leaving their seats once again. Trying to get through this top half of the first inning, and it's become a downpour again. 0-2 delivery. Taken outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So we had about a 5-minute delay. Got back to action at 4:47. We'll call it an 8-minute delay. And now it's raining pretty good again. 1-2 pitch on the way from Jacobitz. Way high, way outside. Nice stop, Weston Johnston saving a run. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and 2 outs with a 2-2 count here in the top half of inning number 1. Sodbusters and the Moo. Creighton Jacobitz trying to survive this first. The pitch fouled away. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo just getting rolling, and it's already been an eventful first. As here comes the pitch. Hit in the air to right field. That is trouble. And diving, making the grab. Hastings sodbuster Luke Causey taking away at least 2 runs. And the Sodbusters survive inning number 1. No runs. Officially 1 hit. And we head to the bottom half of inning number 1. Fremont nothing. Sodbusters coming up. This is Sodbuster Baseball. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
We head to the bottom half of inning number 1 as the Hastings Sodbusters will send Loera, Vega, and Crane to the plate against Zachary Vincent. Big right-hander, and Vincent coming in. The record of 0-1. He's actually 1-0, a 3.27 ERA, making his 8th appearance in 30 innings, allowing 18 runs, 14 of them earned. He has allowed 34 hits. He has struck out 26. He has walked 11. He's hit 1, an on-base percentage of .283 against him. His opponent's hitting that .283. He was the losing pitcher in his last outing against Casper a week ago when he allowed 5 runs on 11 hits, striking out 7 and not walking anyone. And it's going to be Christian Loera coming to the plate for the Hastings Sodbusters. Bottom half of inning number 1, and the pitch is in there for strike 1. Loera coming into today, a batting average of .315, a double, 11 runs batted in, 19 runs scored, also 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Has quickly 2 strikes on Christian Loera, and Vincent works quickly and swing and a miss. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and we've seen that happen way too much for the Hastings Sodbusters as a whole, as 1 out in the inning. That will bring to the plate Drew Vega. Sodbusters have had a bunch of strikeouts here, double digits in strikeouts several times during this loss. Just have had a heck of a time putting the ball in play. And it's strike 1 on Vega. Nothing but strikes so far for Zachary Vincent. Pitch is fouled away. Quickly 2 strikes on Drew Vega. Vega coming in at .205, but he's hitting .294 at home. A double, 15 runs batted in, 13 runs scored. He's also got 8 stolen bases. He's 3 for 14 against Fremont this year. Bottom half of inning number 1, no score, Fremont and the Hastings Sodbusters. And the pitch fouled back. Good job for Drew to keep it alive. Fremont sending 6 to the plate in the first inning, but not scoring. 0-2 delivery. Just misses low for a ball, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Drew Vega. Jackson Crane waiting on deck. Cooper Fucino doing the catching for Fremont. Their first baseman, Sevi Aguirre. Second baseman is Luke Saxton. As the pitch is back to the screen, it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Their shortstop, Preston Gajewski. Joshua Hardiman playing third base as the 2-2 pitch on the way. Misses outside. Vega, good job battling back from being down 0-2. In the outfield, it's Camden Brzezinski, Tanner Jacobson, and Timon Long. Timon Long now wearing number 4, not Grant Richnovsky anymore. As these rosters, they are fluid here in summer ball, and did not catch the new man in the lineup. They actually did give Long a single, but then there was an error on the play to allow runners to advance, so Long did get credit for a single. So single and an error in the inning. And now Vega ends up drawing a walk. It's a good job for Drew Vega. And there's one on, one out for Jackson Crane for the Hastings Sodbusters. Crane batting .233, a couple of triples, 4 doubles, 11 runs batted in, and 7 runs scored. Big swing, no contact, strike 1 on Jackson Crane for the Hastings Sodbusters. 1 on, 1 out. See if they turn Drew Vega loose here. And a scoreless tie as the showers have stopped for the moment. Vega does not go. The pitch is taken outside. Fuccino's got a pretty good gun. So you kind of pick your spots on whether you test him or not. Sodbusters for the season. 50 out of 70 in stolen bases. This one popped up short right field, and it is going to fall. Getting out there was the second baseman, Luke Saxton, but just beyond his reach, and it's a bloop single for Jackson Crane. So the Sodbusters have 2 on and only 1 out for Cale Jensen. So Hastings an opportunity here in this opening frame to jump on top. Cale Jensen making his Sodbuster debut for 2025. Cale Jensen headed to the University of Illinois Chicago after stops at North Dakota State and Northeast Community College, an exercise science major. Stands in the left-handed box for the Sodbusters, looking to have some early opportunities to put this Hastings team on top, and he fouls the first pitch back for strike 1, no balls and a strike here in inning number 1. Sodbusters and the Moo just getting rolling. And runners at first and second, and 1 man out. Pitch fouled back to the screen. 2 pretty good swings for Cale Jensen. Zachary Vincent's got him in a hole, and Vincent throwing almost nothing but strikes to this point in the contest. Despite that walk, 3 straight pitches to Loera were strikes. Threw only 1 ball to Crane. Has not thrown a ball to Jensen. He did throw 4 of his 5 balls in the inning. In the 3-2 walk to Drew Vega, who stands at second. 0-2 pitch on the way. It bounces in, and it's by Fuccino, and the Sodbusters will have 2 in scoring position with nobody out after a wild pitch. So a walk to Vega, a single to Crane. Now runners at second and third after the wild pitch, and the Hastings Sodbusters trying to make it hurt here in inning number 1. Saw Fremont load the bases with 2 outs, but they could not score during the rain in the top half of the inning. 1-2 pitch, foul back. Jensen stays alive. Still 1-2 on Cale Jensen. He's been a regular for the Sodbusters the last couple of years, and good to see him get that next D1 opportunity. He is signed now with Illinois Chicago. A little bit different than his first D1 stop, North Dakota State. 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3 as Jensen could not pull the trigger there. He goes down looking. Second strikeout of the inning for Zachary Vincent. That is a big second out. The Sodbusters mentioned the fact that they have struggled with 2 outs. Somebody trying to come through right here. It's Weston Johnston. And the Sodbusters situational hitting during this span. Trying to get runners home with less than 2 outs have been a problem. Second and third, 1 out, and unable to come through there. And now we'll see if Weston Johnston can pick his team up a little bit. Johnston coming in at 343. 372 on the year. Has 3 triples, 3 doubles. He's knocked in 17. He's scored 16 times. 9 multi-hit games, including a 3-hit contest. Watches this one go by for a strike. No balls and a strike. So Zachary Vincent trying to work his way through a scoreless first. Out of Tucson, he's a returnee. One of the regulars for Midland, 5 and 6 in the spring. 0-1 delivery. Bouncing ball to the left side. The third baseman's got it. The low throw and safe. Safe at first. Advancing on the play, and it's a wild throw. Getting up, headed home. Here comes Jackson Crane, and on to second base will go Weston Johnston, and the Sodbusters have 2 early runs on the board. So Weston Johnston puts it in play. Joshua Hardiman had to kind of retreat, and he threw wildly as Sevi Aguirre could not hold the base. And then by the time the throw came back, the throw was well away from the third baseman, allowing 2 runs to score. When all is said and done, the Sodbusters get 2 on the board. Weston Johnston is given credit for an infield single, but then 2 runs score eventually. Pitch is swung on and missed. They'll give an error on the play to allow that second run to score. So Vega and Crane score the runs. Now at the plate, it's Luke Causey, and he is taking a strike and a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Johnston will get 1 RBI, the second run coming on the air, as it was thrown away over at third base, allowing Crane to get up and scramble home. This one is drilled to right field. That is major trouble, and Luke Causey sends this one to the wall. Rounding third, scoring. There is Johnston. Heading for third is Luke Causey, and the Sodbusters have a 3-0 lead. Luke Causey taking one into the right field corner. Big 2-out hit there, and the Sodbusters coming through with 2 outs. That has been a major struggle here over this 6-game skid. And Hastings getting a big 3rd out in the top of the inning, and they come through here in the bottom of the inning with 3 runs on 3 hits so far, and Brock Cross trying to keep it going. Cross batting in the 7th spot of the batting order for Hastings. And Cross coming into today a .302 batting average, does have a home run, 4 doubles, 11 runs batted in, and 9 runs scored. So Sodbusters with 2 straight hits with 2 outs after that strikeout of Cale Jensen. Mentioned, okay, who's going to come through with 2 outs? How about another 2-out hit? That's Brock Cross. Another run will score, and the Hastings Sodbusters lead it 4-0. 3 straight 2-out hits from Johnston, Causey, and Cross, and Hastings has had a good go. It's amazing how quickly it can turn around. And now Graham Hilton trying to continue the momentum. Graham Hilton playing first base today, the Northern Oklahoma Enid product from Mustang, Oklahoma. He's going to be wrapping up his playing time for the Hastings Sodbusters here this weekend. He'll play his final contest coming up on July 6th. He's bunting, and it's foul. No balls and a strike on Graham Hilton. He did the catching in that exhibition game on Wednesday, and whew, it was not an exhibition swing by one of the Cornhusker League All-Stars. His backswing caught Graham Hilton in the head below the protective helmet, blood pouring forth, and he stayed in the game. Big swing, no contact, no balls and 2 strikes on Graham Hilton, batting .250 for the summer, a double, 5 runs batted in, and 7 runs scored. As Hilton still weighing his options for his next stop. 0-2 pitch on the way. Called strike 3. Hilton knew it, but the Sodbusters come up with 3 2-out hits. They played 4 runs on 4 hits. There was an error and 1 man left. And we head to the 2nd inning. It's Hastings 4, Fremont nothing, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters. in the classroom, and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Head of the second inning, it's a 4-0 lead. Boy, how quickly things turned around there. Well, what a wacky first inning. We sat through a rain delay. It looked like Fremont was going to find a way to put together perhaps a big inning in the rain. After 2 outs, nobody on. Walk, single, error, walk. Stopped the game during that span for about 9 minutes. But Creighton Jacobitz getting a line out to right on an amazing play from Luke Causey, keeping Fremont off the board. It would have been at least 2 runs home and probably 3, because if Causey doesn't keep it in front, it goes all the way to the wall, and they may get 4 on that play. Meanwhile, the Sodbusters on the verge of having a disappointing ending in the first. They had 2 in scoring position. A 1-out strikeout meant that they needed 2-out production, and boy, did they get it. Infield single from Weston Johnston, RBI triple from Luke Causey, RBI single from Brock Cross, and when all is said and done, 4 come home. And now here comes Joshua Hardiman, and he takes low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes on Hardiman, getting his first opportunity as we see Joshua Hardiman, the Midland University guy, batting .267 on the year, a home run, 7 doubles, and 24 runs batted in. Had a 3-for-4 day against the Nebraska Prospects on Tuesday. And takes the pitch for a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike on Joshua Hardiman. Hardiman also has pitched this year, has 1 appearance. 1-1 delivery. That's taken down low, 2 balls and a strike on Joshua Hardiman. As the Hastings Sodbusters with a 4-0 lead, looking to break that 6-game skid, off to a really good start as they get 4 in the bottom half of inning number 1, and this one is rifled foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Joshua Hardiman. Hardiman against the Hastings Sodbusters, 2 for 10, a pair of 1-hit games as he went 1 for 5 in the matchup earlier this week here at Duncan Field. That one won by the Moo. 2-2 pitch on the way. Inside for ball 3, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Joshua Hardiman. 1 hit so far for the Fremont Moo, that in the column of time and long. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the shortstop. Christian Loera handles it, throws to first. Low throw dug out nicely by Graham Hilton. Good job there for Hilton to get the dig, the scoop. Then Hardiman is out here to begin the second inning. And Luke Saxton will come to the plate, right-handed hitter. Saxton coming into this contest with a batting average of .212, 6 runs batted in, 6 runs scored, 1 for 4 against Hastings so far in the 3 games played so far this season against the Sodbusters. Loops this one into center field, that's a base hit. So Saxton aboard, a 1-out single, and Preston Gajewski will come to the plate now for the Fremont Moo. Gajewski out of northern Oklahoma, Tonkawa. He's from Stillwater, batting .197 for the summer, 4 doubles, 11 runs batted in, 13 runs scored. Stands in the right-handed box. And the pitch. Taken upstairs, and that will get all the way back to the screen. Luke Saxton will be in scoring position after the wild pitch. No chance for Johnston to keep that one in front. Johnston, the key at bat in that bottom of the first as he grounded deep to third. Joshua Hardiman was able to stop it, but then threw wildly. They gave him an infield single, but then an error allowing another run to score. Pitch taken upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes with 1 on and 1 out here in the second. Sodbusters on top 4-0. Game that has not moved quickly at all with our rain delay already, and we expect more rain later on. We were hoping it was going to be after game time. 2-0 pitch. Misses high and away, 3-0 on Gajewski. The top of the order coming up as Creighton Jacobitz in danger of walking his third already in less than 2 innings of work. Here's the pitch. At the letters for a strike. Jacobitz did have a strikeout in that first inning. and allowed a hit. So Fremont loaded the bases but could not score. 3-1 the count now as Jacobitz comes set. A look back to second. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. He swung at ball 4, did Gajewski. Now 3-2 on Gajewski. Looking for his first hit against the Sodbusters. Played in the Monday game, went 0 for 4. He also went 0 for 3 when the two teams met in Fremont. Sodbusters won the first 2 games, then lost this past Monday. 3-2 pitch, foul back. Gajewski not cheated on his swing. He takes a mighty hack at it, even with the 2 strikes. 5'9", 160-pounder. 4 runs, 4 hits for the Sodbusters in the early going. No runs, 1 hit. Each team has committed an error in this contest. As Creighton Jacobitz works exclusively out of the stretch. Takes a look back at second and delivers a 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. So first and second, only 1 man out. The 8 and 9 hitters have reached, and now Jacobitz will have to deal with Jacobson and Brzezinski at the top of the order here in a 4-0 contest. Really hoping for a shutdown inning and get the offense back to it. Sodbusters in their yellow jerseys today, green numbers. They're 3-2 in the yellows so far for the summer. 16 and 13 on the year. 11 and 5 here at home. Runners at first and second, and the pitch. Squaring to bunt, taking ball 1 is Tanner Jacobson. 1 ball and no strikes the count on Tanner. Cloud County Community College guy from Blair. Cloud County, a pretty big part of this league. A lot of guys coming from Concordia to Grand Island. Now Fremont. A lot of the Grand Island grads end up going to Cloud County. Some of the guys end up playing for the Hastings Sodbusters. Of course, Creighton Jacobitz, an Adams Central grad, playing at Cloud County a couple of years. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Can have a chance to see a Grand Island Senior High grad who's playing at Cloud County later in this game. Hopefully later rather than sooner, because he is the first scheduled man out of the pen behind Creighton Jacobitz, as Cohen Nelson expected to pitch today in a 1-game-only deal for the Hastings Sodbusters. Count out 2 balls and a strike on Jacobson. First and second, only 1 out, 4-0. Sodbusters on top here in inning number 2. Jacobitz brings it home. And this one is hit in the air to center field. Chase Phillips has it measured. Runner tags at second. Here comes the throw, and it is not going to be in time. Bounces in there. Brock Cross trying to field it cleanly. It may have gotten a piece of the runner. Saxton. Gajewski stayed at first. The runner's the corners now and 2 outs. Phillips made a pretty strong throw. Now 2 outs and 2 on for Camden Brzezinski. Brzezinski struck out looking his first time up, the only strikeout victim from Creighton Jacobitz. They did appeal back to second, thinking or hoping that Saxton may be left too early, not called that way, not seen that way. So runners the corners. Sodbusters with a 4-0 lead, trying to keep it that way with 2 men out. After the line out to center field from Tanner Jacobson. 4 runs, 4 hits for the Sodbusters. No runs, 1 hit for Fremont. Pitch fouled back. Actually should be 2 hits now for Fremont. They had a hit back in the first on an either-or, and then Saxton with a hit this inning. So the second hit of the ball game for the Fremont Moo here in inning number 2, although they've had a scoring change. We'll double-check that. Here's the pitch. Foul back, quickly 2 strikes on Brzezinski. 4-0. Hastings Sodbusters with the lead. Going to go by the initial scoring, and then you have to kind of go back and check if an adjustment's made. And it looks like that has been the case. We'll check it out. Pitch fouled away. It's turned into an overcast day here in Hastings. This 4th of July. And Hastings City, they went ahead and they canceled their 4th of July fireworks not only for today, but they're going to actually push it back a week. We were hoping we were going to get a lot of baseball in before the rains hit, but it's just not happening as we have another shower which has begun here, sending the fans to the stands and above up to the concourse once again for the second time in this one. See if we play through this or we have another delay. Runner goes. 1-2 pitch on the way. Foul back. Tremendous jump there from Gajewski. He was going to have second base. But it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brzezinski here in inning number 2. 4-0. Hastings on top. Hastings Sodbusters looking to break a skid, get back on the winning track, and get to 4 games over 500. 1-2 pitch. Way outside. Good take there for Brzezinski. Fremont on Monday, able to work the count a lot. Force extra pitches thrown. Sodbusters started a left-hander on Monday evening. Marcus Miller. 2-2 pitch on the way. Curveball is hit high in the air to center field. Chase Phillips back a couple of steps, should have this one, and Fremont does not score. They have 2 more stranded here in the second. No runs on 1 hit and 2 men left as we head to the bottom half of inning number 2. Hastings 4, Fremont nothing. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters Baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Head of the bottom half of inning number 2, the Hastings Sodbusters with a 4-0 lead as the rain has started once again. And we actually made an executive decision. You may be looking, if you're watching the YouTube broadcast, we're going to have a little bit of rain, but that also will keep our camera from getting wet. So, and now we have just had a big clap of thunder. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are in rain delay mode once again. It has just been a nightmare weather year for the Hastings Sodbusters. So our second rain delay begins at 5:17, and this one could be an extended one because we have had lightning. So it's probably going to be at least a half hour before we play once again. So the Hastings Sodbusters do have a 4-0 lead. We'll recap this. We'll take a quick breather, and then we will play some of our Sodbuster Spotlights back, keep our YouTube stream going, and just fill the time at this point. Sodbusters, top half of inning number 1, saw Fremont load the bases with 2 outs. They could not score. Hastings, it looked like they were going to strand 2 in scoring position as they had second and third. Only 1 out, but then a strikeout of the number 4 hitter made it second and third with 2 outs. Then the Sodbusters go infield single, triple, single. There was an error thrown in there. When all was said and done, the Sodbusters would plate 4 and 4 runs on 4 hits. Then Fremont had another opportunity. After a ground out to begin the second, a single and a walk. Left runners at first and second and only 1 out, but a couple of hard hit balls, both line outs to the center fielder, Jacobson and Brzezinski. And Hastings now leads it by a score of 4-0 as our rain delay number 2 begins at 5:17, and it begins before the bottom half of the second inning as Scott Galusha, owner GM for the Hastings Sodbusters, believe giving an update. We aren't privy to that right now because we closed our windows because the equipment was getting wet. And by golly, you don't want to get the equipment wet because it doesn't like it. So we have closed up up shop at this point and are just killing some time during our Sodbuster broadcast. Hope to get back to baseball today, but we just don't know. And that it's such a fickle deal, this weather situation. Again, the early indications before this game began was that we weren't going to see much rain, but Plan B happened. And so the rains came, and we are in our second weather delay, and now we're just in inning number 2. If you missed our earlier Sodbuster Spotlight, it was with another Arkansas Tech product, as we get a chance to hear from one of the dudes from down south, except he's from way north, Jacob Bulldoin. We're going to replay that one for you now as we are in rain delay mode with the Hastings Sodbusters on top by a score of 4-0. It is the Sodbuster Spotlight. It's Jacob Bulldoin, the Canadian. We get an opportunity to get his story. Talk a bit about your path to becoming a Hastings Sodbuster.
Well, I all started when I went to Arkansas Tech. Obviously, you hear about the stories from Will Horton, JT Cafferty, Omar Jackson, Wonder Boys that have gone through Hastings before, and you hear all their stories, and you just want to be the next Wonder Boy to come up to Hastings. And unfortunately, it didn't happen last year, but this year was my year, and I'm very excited for the opportunity to play up here in Nebraska. It's a very fun league. It's been a great time so far.
It's great to have you here. Maybe a more an interesting story. How does one get from Canada to Arkansas Tech?
Well, it's always been a dream to play college baseball in the United States. Coming from Canada, baseball pretty much ends when you're 17 at high school and stuff like that. So college has always been a dream of mine in the States, and I sent in emails and stuff and got recruited by Arkansas Tech. Fell in love with the coach, the campus, the state. It's been a great time over there too, and I'm just really appreciative of everything I've gotten and very grateful.
In a hockey haven like Canada, is baseball pretty rare? I mean, I think summer baseball up in Canada is really big. Talk a bit about what you do in high school baseball. Is it summer?
Yeah, baseball is during the summer. It's not sports aren't really associated with schools so much as they're down here. So I played for my city, all that. Obviously played hockey. Hockey is huge up there. There's like 8 teams minimum per little town and stuff. And baseball, there'll be 1. But so the baseball community is definitely a lot smaller, a lot tighter. I know everybody. Everybody knows everybody. So all the people from Quebec, where I'm from, in the colleges playing baseball, everybody knows each other. It's this really tight community. But yeah, baseball's not that big, but it's a close little family. It's fun.
Is there any skills in hockey that translate to baseball, or is it two totally different things? I always hear, you're multi-rounded athlete. Does that help?
I definitely think baseball helped more in hockey than hockey's helping in baseball with the hand-eye coordination and stuff. But no, hockey definitely helped with the grit and the strength, whereas baseball is more of a finesse and like more of a mental kind of game. But no, hockey definitely helped become an athlete, and just baseball was just my passion. So yeah.
Talking with Jacob Bulldoin, solid left-handed pitcher hitting almost 90 on the gun. Talk a little bit about your goals for the summer. What were you trying to improve on as you come to pitch for the Hastings Sodbusters?
Yeah, as you said, always been a hard-throwing lefty, which has opened a lot of doors for me and stuff. But coming up here, really want to work on my control, eliminating the walks, getting better off-speed and stuff, because I know hitters down in the Great American Conference where we play at Arkansas Tech, they can hit a fastball. At 95, 96, they don't care. They can hit a fastball. But so you got to get something, get off time, and mix them up, give them a different look. So really eliminating walks and getting better off-speed was my main objective this summer.
I always think you're a right-hander because you throw it almost 90 miles an hour, which is kind of a rarity, that's really cool. And with that kind of stuff, I mean, you're at a Division II NCAA school, but is there a possibility to see baseball beyond college?
Definitely want to see baseball where it can take me. I want to play it as long as I can, if that's either in the United States or international. There's great leagues all over the world, and I want to let baseball help me travel and stuff. I already traveled to Arkansas. I never thought I'd be in Nebraska. Now I'm here. All these states, all these different places that baseball has taken me. So if it can take me to Europe, Japan, Korea has a great league. So that's all future plans that we'll see where baseball takes me. Yeah.
Being from Canada, is there a chance like at the Canadian national team if you get that kind of skill level?
Well, yeah, the Canadian national team's pretty stacked right now with Edouard Junier, Josh Naylor, guys like that are in the big league. So it's not that small of a community that I can hope for that just yet. But obviously, it'd be an amazing accomplishment to be able to represent my country sometime in an international competition.
You have been kind of a high leverage guy. Do you kind of thrive in that? There's been a lot of times you've been the late inning guy. Do you like the relief aspect of it, or would you rather link that out and be a starter?
Oh, definitely like being a reliever. The high adrenaline, stressful moments is really where I strive, where you can't make a mistake and the pressure's on. That's really when you have to lock in, and I love those moments. I love being in that spotlight and just being the guy out of the pen in the tight moments, tight games, important games especially. It just makes me so much better.
You talked about individual Canadians in the majors. Are you a Toronto fan? Do you have a major league team you follow?
I'm actually a Red Sox fan. Red Sox are 4.5, 5 hours from Montreal, so I've been very lucky to go to Fenway very often. Big Red Sox fan, but obviously Blue Jays are pushed onto you when you're really young on TV and stuff, so I know a lot of Blue Jays players, follow the Blue Jays obviously, but Red Sox have my heart.
We're hearing from Jacob Boldoin, left-handed reliever for the Hastings Sodbusters. Academically, what are you studying? What are you planning for if baseball doesn't work out long-term?
Well, right now I'm a health and physical education major at Arkansas Tech, planning on being a PE teacher somewhere in the world. Just a baseball coach too. I really like the coaching and analyzing, helping people become better and giving back to all the knowledge I've gained. I've always looked up to my coaches, and I hope it can be somebody's mentor like that someday.
And you mentioned the teaching aspect of it. Is it pretty universal in terms of once you get an education degree, can you teach in Canada and vice versa?
Well, right now, teachers are pretty high demand pretty much everywhere in the world. So, yeah, once I get my degree at Arkansas Tech, it'll be recognized back home in Canada. So I'm pretty lucky. It didn't used to be that way, but everybody needs teachers nowadays. So they made it so it's much easier for me to go back home and teach. So that'll be easy.
Do you speak French?
I do. French is my first language. I saw you try to say the city earlier on the stream. Baudouin, I know those are hard names, but you guys are doing a great job.
I appreciate that. Say your hometown and say your high school, because we do not know how to say it.
So, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, Quebec, Canada, and I went to Académie Les Estacades in Trois-Rivières.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to repeat what he just said. That's Jacob Boldoin, the Canadian, a reliable left-handed reliever out of Arkansas Tech. He's our Sodbuster Spotlight. I'm Steve Stein.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here. I feel better already.
The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by game.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Welcome back to Sodbuster Baseball. We are in rain delay mode. What a disappointing night here. Is really hoping to get one in. Just got an update from Scott Galusha, owner, general manager of the Hastings Sodbusters. They're going to give it another half hour, see what it looks like. Not going to wait all night because really the forecast later in the evening looked a lot worse than it did in the 5 o'clock hours. So the plan is to wait a half hour. If we can continue, we will. If not, they will basically postpone and resume the game the next time Fremont comes back to Hastings. And I think that is, they're thinking about doing that on the 19th of July. So we'll just have to see how it all works out. But right now, in weather delay mode here at Duncan Field, and it is not looking promising right now as the rain pouring down. Again, the early forecast thought, okay, 4:30, may have a few intermittent showers. It has been intermittent pouring as we've already had our second rain delay. And then to compound things, we've had lightning during this little cell. And so not been a fun situation at all here at Duncan Field. We are going to have another opportunity, though, to play back one of our Sodbuster Spotlights. As earlier we heard from Jacob Buldoin, and it's kind of left-handed pitcher day today. Let's go with Ethan Marshall. Marshall actually out of town this weekend, but we had a chance to interview him during an earlier time. So we'll play back another Sodbuster Spotlight again. The Sodbusters lead it 4-0. We're in the bottom half of inning number 2, and we are in rain delay mode during Sodbuster Baseball. It is a Sodbuster Spotlight. We hear from Ethan Marshall, starting pitcher, off to a 3-0 start. His most recent outing helping the Sodbusters with their first combined shutout of the year. Ethan, huge game to get the series split in Casper. Take us through that start.
It was a great performance out of our whole team. I'm a pitch-to-contact type of guy. Not really going to blow by him with the speed or the velocity, so I have to mix it up, throw my different pitches, and my defense is really good behind me, so that helped a lot.
Coming into this summer, what were your expectations? I know you didn't get a whole lot of innings at Saginaw Valley State. Did they say you were going to be a starter? Did they say you were a reliever? What was the plan coming in?
Well, my whole career, basically in college, I've been up and down health-wise. So basically the plan with this summer with my school coaches was just to get as many innings as possible, just to throw as much as I could, whether that was relieving or pitching, like starting, whatever it may be. In any situation, so just to throw in all the different spots. So it was basically just to be able to get a feel down for my changeup, curveball, basically just be able to hit both sides of the plate with my fastball. So just a lot of everything, basically.
We're talking with Ethan Marshall, Saginaw Valley State. It's in Michigan. Talk about your journey to be a Sodbuster. How'd you become a Hastings Sodbuster?
Yeah, so the last 2 years, I just played around home. My brother got married, so I just had stayed around for his wedding last summer. But this summer, I was like, I really want to go somewhere, get away from home maybe. I've been around. School's only like an hour from home, so I just was basically right by home. So I knew that a couple guys last year played here on this team, Nathan Masser and Jarvis again. So I just talked to them, my coaches, and this was one of the options that they picked. So kind of just, it worked out really well. It was pretty stress-free. So yeah, it's turned out really good so far. So. And having a couple of Cardinals on the team, does that make it nice too, where you got some guys who you have familiarity with? Oh yeah, especially our team bonded really well, really fast, a lot faster than I thought, honestly. That's been really good. But yeah, to be able to be here with Chase Miller and Zane and Jarvis, it's been really good just to go back and forth on what they think, or they've seen me play before, so maybe if it's mechanics or something, they can just give me a little note, say, hey, do this instead. So yeah, it's been really good. We're talking with Ethan Marshall, who came off a tremendous performance, 6 shutout innings. That was such a big game. Do you try to take the same approach going into a contest, knowing, okay, it's big or not big, you just try to go out there and throw, or do you realize get a little more amped up when you're trying for a series split like you were when you played up at Casper? I mean, I knew that we were down a game, so it could have, especially coming back here to play them 3 games. So I knew the bus drive would have been a little bit better if we came back with a win after 7 hours on the bus. So in a way, yes, but at the same time, you really can never get the highs get too high and the lows get too low. That's something my dad always says. You just have to stay the course. We always say journey. That's a big thing that my dad always texts me before every start. So I just try to stay even. That way I don't get too high or too low. You talked about your dad. Tell us about your family. Must be obviously pretty important in your life. Is he in the coaching background or just kind of philosophy in general? He was a teacher for about 25 years, superintendent now, but he coached basketball for 37 years. So, I mean, I grew up in a gym, so I grew around coaching stuff, so he knows all about that stuff. So, was it always going to be baseball, or did part of you want to be a basketball player and salute to dad? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of both. I played basketball. I was in a small school, so I played basketball, football, and baseball. So for me, it was always baseball. My brother was basketball, but there's something about baseball growing up, even since I was 3 or 4, that it just stuck out to me. We're hearing from Ethan Marshall. Tell us about your hometown. Tell us where you're from and how it compares to a town like Hastings. My town's about 3,000 or 4,000 people, so it's about basically everybody knows everything about everyone. There's the news travels fast about whatever happened. So For some people, Hastings is way smaller, but for me, it's about 8 times the size. So it's a lot of farmland. Basically, everything around me is farmland and like tractors and farms and stuff. So it's nice being here because it's not too much different, really.
And that's kind of cool because when people from here think Michigan, they probably think Detroit metro area. Michigan's got a lot of farm ground.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm from the thumb, so what I like to say is I'm from the middle of nowhere in the middle of nowhere. So like I'm way up in the thumb by like the water and just a lot of farms. There's not much up there, not many businesses or anything. I only have like a couple stoplights in my town. So I like it here. So we have a little bit more restaurants than we have at home, so it's a little better too.
Now, spring baseball in Nebraska can be awful. What's spring baseball like in Michigan, or do you play in the spring or you just play in the summer?
Yeah, so we hope to start around like middle of February, maybe late February, but probably our first 6 or 7 games get canceled because it just snow. You could have one game that's like maybe high 50s, low 60s, and then one game that gets snowed out because there's like 3 inches of snow on the ground. So you basically just got to get lucky with whatever the weather is, and then you just try to squeeze in games towards the end of the season. Just try to play enough, as many as you can.
We're talking with Ethan Marshall, a starting pitcher for the Hastings Sodbusters. Obviously coming here to work on mechanics, but is it kind of cool to be in the hunt for a first half championship and to battle for something? Does that make it more special?
Oh yeah, definitely. As many games as we play, winning makes it a lot better. As people say, like, winning makes everything better. Like, you don't have to talk or do whatever, but yeah, it definitely makes it a lot better. And like I said, like, this group is really close, and winning's helped that maybe a little bit, but we've already bonded so well, and it just makes everything more fun.
And you're coming off your first big road trip of the year. Did that make you guys even tighter? Tell us a bit about some of the experiences you had on 14 hours on the road and 4 days in a hotel.
Yeah, like our first 7 or 8 games were all home, so we didn't have to travel at all. So yeah, definitely like the bus rides with Play Mafia, like playing different games on the bus and getting to hang out in the lobby or do whatever with all the guys. You spend more time than you would maybe here like after games where you only got a couple hours before you got to go to bed. So yeah, it definitely helps you bond in a different way than you have so far in the past couple weeks.
How's college going? Tell us a bit about your major and maybe potential plans after baseball.
Yeah, so I'm a cardiac rehab major, which basically when someone has like a heart attack or like stuff like that, it's like a different version of like a physical therapist. So I've had some of my own things, so I'm able to like relate to that stuff. So I just really want to be able to help people like how they've helped me. My long-term goal is to own like a sports park, maybe have like 10 or 15 baseball fields, soccer fields, a couple basketball courts. That's kind of like my end goal. Maybe in the thumb because I had to travel a couple hours to the nearest travel team or whatever. So that's probably my end goal of what I want to do before I retire.
And cardiac therapy, is that like 4 years plus, or what's the college plan? How much schooling are you going to have to get to do that?
Yeah, so it's 4 years, and then you have to do a semester-long internship. And then you, depending on how high or low you want to go, you can get different certifications. But it's not like 2 or 4 more years of school. So that's another reason why I like it, because physical therapy would be 4 more years, and then a bunch of internships and stuff. So, but it can be really good. I'm really excited about it.
We're talking with Ethan Marshall. Are you a Major League fan? Detroit guy? Or Detroit in the area anyway? Are you a Tigers fan, or do you have even time to be a Major League fan?
Oh yeah, I try to watch every single Tigers game that I can, especially if I don't. On YouTube, they have a recap of every Tigers game, so I watch that, especially if we're on the road. With the time difference here, it's like an hour later, so basically if they play a night game, it's during our night games. But yeah, growing up, the Tigers and basically Detroit sports were all bad, like historically bad in every single sport, whether it's like Pistons or Tigers or especially the Lions. They're like the worst team. So Detroit's kind of rocking right now of every sport. Like the Lions are like top 3 or top 5, and the Tigers are the best right now in the MLB. Got the best pitcher in Tariq Skubal. So yeah, I'm definitely a huge Tigers fan and Detroit's fan overall. So it's going really well.
Now, being in Michigan fan, Michigan State, or neither?
Michigan fan, definitely.
Okay.
My dad went to Michigan, but my grandpa went to State, so half of my family split. So right now we're doing pretty good football-wise. Yeah, we went to the game a couple years ago where Michigan scored like 50 to nothing basically, and that was a lot of fun. So I would definitely Michigan, yeah.
That is Ethan Marshall, a replay of his Sodbuster Spotlight. In case you're just joining us, we're in weather delay mode at Duncan Field in the bottom half of inning number 2 with the Hastings Sodbusters on top of the Fremont Moo, 4-0. Last update from Scott Galusha said they were going to wait about 30 minutes. That was about 10 minutes ago, so probably got another about 20 minutes. The rain has stopped for now, but if it doesn't look good, they're probably going to call it and then resume the game the weekend of July 19th and 20th. That's when Fremont will come back here. They will just start the game where we left off and then play a full game after that, so likely have a quasi 7-inning doubleheader between the Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo, either July 19th or July 20th. We'll see how it goes. Probably July 20th, I think, is what the initial thought was, but we'll get an official word on that. So Hastings Sodbusters do have 3 more games scheduled for this weekend. Those against the Plainsmen. They started the Plainsmen schedule. Plainsmen played their first 3 games against the Hastings Sodbusters, and then they have gone on the road to other places, and the Plainsmen playing Casper today, and then they're going to be making their way to Hastings, so it'll be 3 with the Plainsmen tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. The Sodbusters will have Tuesday off before going to Oahe. They'll play 3 games in 2 days up at Pier. Then they will go to Fremont on the 11th. They'll have the weekend off, Saturday and Sunday, and then it gets goofy. 13 games in 14 days, and then if this game is thrown in, you're going to have 14 games in 14 days. As only one off day, that would be July 21st. Everything else would be playing baseball, and 11 of those would be at home, 11 games in 12 days, beginning on Monday, July 14th. 2 against Nebraska, 3 against the Bison, 2 against Fremont, 2 more against Nebraska, make it 3 against Nebraska, make it 4 against Nebraska, actually the 22nd through the 25th. That would be the regular season home finale. Then they'll go to Oahe to close the regular season on the 26th and 27th. That's what's upcoming for the Hastings Sodbusters. Again, we are in weather delay mode with the Hastings Sodbusters. 4 runs on 4 hits. They've committed an error and left 1. Fremont, no runs, 1 hit. They have committed an error, and they have left 5, and we do want an update scoring. Back in the first inning, Timon Long put a ball in play, and they did initially rule that a single and an error. They have put that officially error now, and so Long not given credit for a hit. As Fremont left the bases loaded then, Luke Saxton had the lone hit for Fremont then in inning number 2. For the Sodbusters, Drew Vega walked, Jackson Crane singled, Weston Johnston with an infield single. There was an error on the play, allowing another run to score. Luke Causey had an RBI triple. Brock Cross with an RBI single. That's how the Sodbusters scored their 4 runs in inning number 1. And they were getting ready to bat in the second inning when a huge clap of thunder took place. And by golly, we just stopped play immediately then. Earlier, we had to stop for heavy rain for about 7 minutes. But here, it was lightning. And you just don't mess around with lightning. We are killing some time and having an opportunity to play back some of our Hastings Sodbusters spotlights. If you want to hear any of these interviews, you can do that on Spotify. All of our player profiles are on the Spotify account. Just search for Sodcast wherever you search for your podcasts. And look for the Sodcast, and that has all the player interviews so far, including this one from Brock Cross. It is the Sodbuster Spotlight. Get a chance to hear from Brock Cross, meeting the Arizona product, who's going to be headed off to Washington State, a recent high school graduate. First of all, take us through the spring. Sound like you had a really good spring there for Lake Havasu.
Yeah, we had a really strong spring season this year. Fell short in the playoffs, but I had a really productive year, and I feel like I helped the team a lot. So it's the main goal that I have, really.
You did it at the plate and on the mound. A 2-position guy. Do you prefer playing in the field, or do you like the pitching thing, or both?
I love both of them, really. If I get the chance to do them both in college, I would love to, but if one or the other comes, it is what it is. But I love both positions equally.
And it sounds like you're a catcher by trade. Haven't seen you much behind the plate. Trying to get you a little experience at the corner infield. How's that experience going? And tell us a bit about that.
I got a lot of experience playing corner infield my junior year of high school, and I really love it too. Catching and third base are my main 2 positions, so I just love being somewhere where you can get the ball so much. I have a love for the game like that.
We're hearing from Brock Cross. Good opportunity to meet this young man from Arizona. It's always fascinating to hear how guys came to be a Hastings Sodbuster. Tell us a bit about your journey to Hastings.
So I actually was never supposed to come to Hastings. I was supposed to go up to college early, but that got shut down, and my coach was scrambling for a position, and thankfully the Busters had an open spot for a corner infielder. So I got sent here, and I'm glad that I did.
I was going to say, is it exciting to play against guys who've been in college a little bit? Talk a bit about that aspect, to see college-level pitching before you go to college.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a blessing, just being able to get up here and get at-bats against more advanced guys before I go to college, just to be able to get a feel for what I'm going to experience in the upcoming months.
You're heading on to Washington State. Talk a bit about why you decided to go there, and what were some of your options coming out of Arizona?
I decided to go there because the coaches made me feel like part of the family when I went on my visit, and just the overall atmosphere. They have their coach has a really like strong winning attitude about like doing the little things right, and I really appreciate that. And I had one more offer coming out of high school to Tarleton State in Texas, but they didn't really compare to what Washington State had to offer me.
Headed to the great Northwest. Have you always been an Arizona guy? Are you concerned about, winters in Washington, or is that not too daunting?
I'm a little scared, I'm not going to lie, but it'll be fun. I already talked to the equipment guy. He said he'd hook me up with some extra warm gear, so it should be fun.
We're talking with Brock Cross. He's an Arizona guy who's going to be headed to Washington State. What about academics? What'd you like to study in high school? What's the tentative plan as you get set to go to college?
I like science. I'm a real science-based person, I think. In college, I really want to study kinesiology. I want to be a physical therapist or something of that trade.
Does that take 4 years plus extra schooling, or what's the background for that?
Yeah, it'll be 4 years, and then I have to get my master's, but I'm ready for it. That's something that I really love after going through the whole physical therapy thing, so it really sparked something inside of me.
Washington State, kind of a school without a home after what happened to the Pac-12, but it sounds like an independent for a couple of years, and the Pac-12's coming back. Is there kind of excitement? You'll have a chance to play a lot of different teams over the next few years until they get their conference solidified again.
Yeah, it should be fun. Right now we're in the Mountain West, at least for baseball and football, I know. But I think my sophomore year, I'm pretty sure they should be coming back with the Pac-12, and I'm pretty sure Tulane is going to be in it, so it'll be a lot more travel than we're used to, but it'll be fun being able to play against some different schools other than the people that are just on the West Coast.
You mentioned the travel aspect of it. Did you play a lot of travel ball and get a chance to go places, or is coming to Nebraska kind of new for you?
I played a lot of travel ball, but it was primarily like going out to the east and going to like Georgia and Florida, and then I went to California and like Vegas and Phoenix a bunch, but I never really got up to like the northern part of the states. So Nebraska is definitely a big change from what I've always been used to.
And I know you got a chance to, really didn't get a chance to see the Black Hills as you drove through. Got a chance to see Casper, first trip to Wyoming?
Casper was really nice. It was a good change of scenery from Hastings. It was a lot less flat, but I enjoyed it. It was really nice up there. The only thing that sucked was the mosquitoes. But
is it too dry for the mosquitoes down in Arizona? You just don't see much of that aspect of it?
Not as much, but down by like the lakes and the rivers we get them. But up here, you could definitely tell it's a lot worse.
Now, being in Arizona, are you a Diamondbacks fan? Do you follow that kind of, or you even have time to be a professional baseball fan?
Oh, no, I'm a Cubs fan. Cubs fan till I die.
How did that come to pass?
I went to Wrigley Field when I was really young, and I fell in love with it. And, yeah, I've been a Cubs fan ever since I can remember.
Much like my wife, you're probably her favorite player now, so good to hear that. And the opportunity to play with a whole bunch of different guys. Talk about the chemistry that's been built here over the first few weeks.
Yeah, we have a lot of good camaraderie on this team. Like, everybody meshed so quickly and everybody gets along so well, and it's just a really good team atmosphere.
Where did that come from? Was there certain guys who kind of welcomed you in? Tell us a bit about maybe the leaders or the guys who kind of make it special for you so far.
Definitely Ryan Jarvis. He was one of the big key guys that kind of helped us all mesh because he's been here for a while and he probably knows how important it is to have the team get like close quickly. But it was mostly Ryan Jarvis and then Graham Hilton. He helped a lot just with his like lightheartedness. He's always joking around. He makes everything fun. So
you guys got off to such a good start. Does that make it fun too in terms of you come for the summer, you want to work on some things, but also a chance to maybe play for a championship?
Yeah, of course. That's always the goal, is to win. Even though like everybody says have fun, but the goal is to win and to come here and get better. So Yeah.
Wood bats. Did you get a chance to swing much wood bats during your earlier years or during the summer? And how's that kind of helped you hitting in terms of having to pretty much hit the sweet spot?
Yeah, I swung wood bats for the past 3 years in summer ball, so I'm pretty used to it. But it's definitely a good challenge because with the metal bats, you can miss-hit anything and still get on base. You got to really focus on hitting the barrel of the wood bat. I like it.
And conversely, from a pitching standpoint, are you able to challenge more hitters when they've got a wood bat in their hands compared to the aluminum?
Oh, yeah, 100%. As a pitcher, it's definitely a lot easier to challenge with a wood bat because if you beat them, it's broken. There's not much else. Yeah.
And here at Duncan Field, is it great to be a pitcher when you see that 408 out in straightaway center?
Oh, yeah. It's amazing. Like, you can give up a ball that would be gone anywhere else, and it's an easy pop fly for our outfielders, so I love pitching here.
He's Brock Cross. It is another Sodbuster Spotlight. If you're just joining us, rain delay mode as the Hastings Sodbusters do have a 4-0 lead, getting set to go for the bottom of the second. The rain has stopped. Scott Galusha, owner GM, has been on the phone with the National Weather Service trying to sort things out. We've not got an official word, so we're just going to continue in our rain delay approach at this point. The Independence League baseball standings, second half, showing Owyhee at 3-1, Casper 3-1, Fremont 3-2, Spearfish 3-2, Hastings 0-1. Those teams battling for the championship. Spearfish has already won the first half title. The winner of the second half will meet the Sasquatch for the championship at the end of the year. And right now, pretty much anybody's game early on here for the second half. The travel teams so far, the Plainsmen 1-4, the Nebraska Prospects 1-2, and the Bison baseball team 0-1 as they just opened up competition yesterday. As far as things going on, you've got the Bison in action against Owyhee. That game going to be beginning here in about 15 minutes up in Pierre. Tomorrow, the Prospects in Fremont. The Prospects going to be playing a matchup with Fremont. Yeah, that's a doubleheader tomorrow, the Prospects in Fremont, and the Bison will be at Owyhee tomorrow to go along with the Sodbuster matchup with the Plainsmen as the Independence League baseball season does continue. Hastings coming into today at 16-13, and Fremont 13-15. Sodbusters winning 2 of the 3 against the Moo and off to a really good start in this one after they scored 4 runs on 4 hits. RBI infield single for Weston Johnston, Luke Causey with an RBI triple, Brock Cross with an RBI single, and another run scored on an error for the Hastings Sodbusters. Fremont, all kinds of opportunities in their first go-around as they ended up stranding 5 in the first 2 innings. As we continue coverage of the Sodbusters, the Hastings Sodbusters lead it by a score of 4-0, passing along some Sodbuster spotlights, an opportunity to hear from different folks throughout the course of this year. We've had a chance to interview several of them, and can let you know that some of the guys are going to be leaving us very soon. Gavin Warren actually has already left the team. Graham Hilton going to be wrapping up his playing time this weekend. His last game expected to be Sunday. Jaden Shabry will be here until July 12th. Brock Cross, July 13th. Sodbusters do have reinforcements coming as Cale Jensen in the lineup today. Several more guys will be in town tomorrow. And then Brady Alexander, a guy who plays for the Plainsmen, is going to be joining the Sodbusters during the course of this second half as well. We're going to play back another Sodbuster Spotlight as we have an opportunity to hear from several of the different guys during the course of the season, and we'll try to get interviews with them all, but doing our best to provide coverage of the Hastings Sodbusters. And we're going to play back an interview with one of the starters for the Hastings Sodbusters, Drew Vega, now as we continue Sodbuster Baseball. It's a Sodbuster Spotlight as we have an opportunity to hear from Drew Vega, back for his second summer in Hastings. Talk about coming back for year number 2. Is that always going to be a possibility? Did you make that decision sometime during the year?
Yeah, it was a possibility. I had a lot of fun here last year, and then didn't get much of an opportunity this year, so I was like, why not come back and play? I enjoyed it, and so far I've enjoyed it.
You mentioned the fact didn't get a whole lot of playing time in the spring. Talk about what you really want to focus on this summer to maybe earn that playing time for the Wonder Boys come next year.
I just want to get as many at-bats as I can and just work on my defense as well. Really just work on everything, honestly.
And you mentioned that the defensive aspect, great glove at second base. Is that your primary position, or do you like to play third, shortstop, other positions?
Yeah, I'd say second's my primary.
And talk a bit about the hitting aspect of it. I know more of a singles guy. Are you looking to pick up the power, or is this going to be your kind of offensive game plan in terms of being a singles man?
Right now, that's my game plan. Just trying to hit line drives and just whatever happens, happens.
As we talk, we're after game number 2. Talk a bit about the chemistry that you're developing with your new shortstop in the Hastings Sodbuster lineup.
Yeah, he seems pretty cool. I mean, he's pretty funny. We talk the whole game, so I've enjoyed it. I like him over there.
Is that one of the more difficult things, when you're playing middle infield, don't exactly know how they're going to play, to kind of learn how the fellow infielders play?
Yeah, I think so. You kind of want to know everybody, have a little chemistry with everybody. Helps out, I think.
A lot of newcomers this year. How much leadership role do you take on this year's team, since you kind of know what Hastings Sodbuster baseball is all about?
Just kind of fill them in if they have any questions. Just do whatever, I guess.
There's a little bit of science to playing at Duncan Field. You don't want to swing for the fences here. Talk about a hitting approach here at Duncan.
Yeah, here at Duncan, you definitely have to try and hit those low line drives because anything in the air just dies. Nothing gets very deep out there.
We're talking with Drew Vega. He is a regular for this Hastings Sodbuster team. Refresh us on home, as you're an Arkansas guy. Tell us a bit about your hometown.
Smaller than this one. Probably not as cold right now here.
Now, you're a multi-sport standout at Dardanelle. Talk a little bit about the opportunity coming out of high school. Was it always going to be baseball for you?
Yeah, I thought it was always going to be baseball. That's what I wanted to do, and that's what I stuck with.
Arkansas Tech, tell us a bit about the spring for the team, for the Wonder Boys this year.
I started off a little rough, and then towards the end, kind of halfway through, we started to pick it up and did pretty good. Made it to a regional. Got a win there, but it wasn't too bad.
How cool is it to spend some time with some of the Wonder Boys here at Hastings, to have some of your college teammates come with you?
I enjoy it. Makes it a little easier to get to know everybody, I think, and just grow as a teammate with them.
Your second year at Hastings, the fact that you had some fun last year, what makes the Sodbuster experience special for you?
Everybody's just out here trying to play and have fun, I think, and that's what I enjoy about it.
Is there a different mentality summer ball compared to the spring?
I'd say so. I think in the spring, everybody's probably a little more tight, not as relaxed as in the summer, I think.
Haven't had your first road trip. Is that something special, too, to build chemistry when you're going on the road and playing 6 or 7 games?
For sure. You got to be with those guys on the bus forever, in the hotels. You get to know those guys.
Talk about your academics at Arkansas Tech. What are you studying?
I'm studying health and exercise science.
What's the long-term plan for that?
Maybe own a business as like a athletic trainer, personal trainer type thing.
You want to keep the baseball thing going as long as you can?
Yeah, definitely. I want to play as long as I can.
What about the opportunity to come back next year? I think you got some eligibility left. You want to be a Sodbuster again next summer?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Year 2, talk about your host family and how they've helped you out.
I'm staying with the Nelsons again. Stayed with them last year. I really enjoyed it. She called me and asked if I was coming back, and I was like, yeah, I believe so. And I was like, well, I've got a room for you. And I was like, sweet.
Drew Vega, he's one of the leaders for the Hastings Sodbusters. He's our Sodbuster Spotlight. I'm Steve Stein. Well, it's certainly looking like we are going to play baseball as we continue to feature different Sodbusters as we have weather delay mode here in Hastings at Duncan Field. Our last weather delay began at 5:17. Sodbusters are warming up at this time. Kind of wondered about the status of the starting pitchers. Zachary Vincent seems like he's ready to go, and Creighton Jacobitz is still throwing, so it looks like both of our starters are going to stay in the game, and you're kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't. After 45 minutes, do you bring them back? And at this point, it looks like both head coaches are going to stay with the guys who've gotten them there to this point anyway in this contest. Again, a very unfortunate situation. It certainly looked like the initial forecast showed that, okay, nothing really was going to be too bad until 9 o'clock, but we had 2 significant rain events here in the first 2 innings of this. But in listening to Scott Galusha, and the latest report thinks there's going to be about a 2-hour window to play baseball, and hopefully we can have a crisply played 7 innings and wrap this baby up. The Hastings Sodbusters do have a 4-0 lead, 4 runs on 4 hits as they put up 4 in the first. Fremont, multiple opportunities, their first 2 frames, but could not score. And they pretty much said when they feel the field is ready to go, they're going to play. And both teams are playing catch, and so I think we're going to be playing sooner rather than later. So we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be bringing it back and to set the stage for the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. We'll have, hopefully, the first pitch of the bottom of the second when we come back, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Core CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs. We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner, a friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner. We feature Sodbuster Baseball as we are going to begin baseball in 5 minutes. The Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. Hastings 4, Fremont nothing. As going to be getting back to action here after a weather delay that will go from 5:17 until about 6:04. So almost an hour for that one after what was just an 8-minute delay the first time, but it was a legitimate stoppage. I mean, it was just flat pouring. And the initial report was, okay, everything's going to come through, but there's going to be a few light showers and sprinkles. Well, so much for that, as Mother Nature had other plans here on this Independence Day. And so going to have to battle through it. That's part of summer baseball, and my initial thought, the way it was pouring just seemingly 15 minutes ago, that we were going to be playing a doubleheader later on this season, but it's amazing how quickly the rain stopped. And here at Duncan Field, with the turf infield, you can almost play in the rain, and it's almost playable immediately after the rain stops. So great news. And for baseball fans, hey, the Hardy lot here at Duncan Field, folks have already started to fill back in. I'm sure the seats are not dry, but their behinds were not dry to begin with anyway, so they're gutting it out. And we appreciate the folks who've stuck around to watch this matchup between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. And kudos to the Fremont folks who made the trip. We heard the cowbells earlier. Of course, they're the Moo, and a lot of how shall we say, bovine references there, and they do bring the cowbells when they come to home games and road games as well. Good news is we did have a break right between the top half and the bottom half of the inning, so Zachary Vincent will be able to start fresh in the bottom half of inning number 2. First delay took place in the middle of the first inning. Sodbusters able to survive that first with no runs allowed, and Creighton Jacobitz came back out and got that done, and then worked around a single and a walk in the second inning. He is going to apparently pitch in the third for the Hastings Sodbusters. He is going to go out and get some warm-up tosses in the bullpen. Then we expect to see Cohen Nelson. It's a one-game-only deal for a guy who graduated from Grand Island Senior High and who's now playing at Cloud County. He wanted someplace to pitch on Independence Day. His normal pitching coach was not going to be available as he does some workouts in the off-season and doesn't play for a college-level team in the summer. But hey, chance to come out and get some real pitching against some quality batters. So I'll get a chance to see Cohen Nelson in this game today, a Grand Island Senior High grad. So that should be entertaining. He's supposed to be the first guy out of the pen for the Hastings Sodbusters. Fremont is taking the field, and we are going to be bringing you baseball once again. Fremont Moo in their black jerseys. I don't even know how to describe their numbers. I thought maybe since it's Independence Day that they were red, white, and blue, but it is every color of the rainbow with their numbers. They have the gray pants. The Sodbusters going with the yellow jerseys today and green numbers. Sodbusters 3-2 in the yellows so far this year. 11-5 at home, 0-1 second half competition in the Independence League baseball standings. Again, Spearfish winning the first half. They will be in the championship series regardless. They'll have a 5-game series beginning on July 29th. The first 2 games will be at the site of the second half champ. And then Spearfish would get the last 3 games at home. If Spearfish wins both the first and second half, then the team with the best overall record from first half to second half would make the championship series. That's what happened last year when Fremont scuffled the first half, but in the second half picked it up a little bit and just did edge out Spearfish and Hastings for the second best overall record, and they would advance on. Casper dominated the league a year ago as Casper went 19-4 in the first half. They ended up winning 40 games for the summer. They went 22-5 in the second half, 41-9 overall. And here come the Sodbusters back to the plate and back to action as we'll get to it at 6:03 officially. Ends up being a 46-minute weather delay. Hastings Soundbusters will send Chase Phillips to the mound, and he takes strike 1. No balls and a strike on Chase Phillips. So Zachary Vincent having to wait through this. He threw 27 pitches in the first inning. And Phillips swings and misses. Quickly 2 strikes on Chase. Batting in the number 9 spot. He's an Aurora High School graduate from here in Nebraska. Plays baseball at Metro Community College, Kansas City, batting .200 for the season. And 3 pitches, 3 strikes, much the way Vincent began the game against Christian Loera, who will bat now. And that's already 4 strikeouts for Vincent, despite the fact that he has given up 4 runs. That was kind of the case in the matchup on Tuesday. Fremont lost to the Prospects 6-2. That was actually Wednesday. And Fremont pitchers struck out 18 in the game, walking only 1, and they lose 6-2, but they did not give up an earned run in the contest as Prospects taking advantage of 4 errors and using their 7 hits to pick up the win. Loera bats now and takes ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes on Christian Loera. He's been a fixture at the top of the order. .315. Although he's batting better on the road, one of the few guys to do that. Pitch taken for a strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. He is just .250 here at Duncan Field. 1-1 delivery on the way. Swing and a miss. That curveball that's breaking out of the zone has just mystified Sodbuster hitters the first 2 innings of this one. But they still own a 4-0 lead. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Christian Loera and the delivery. Same pitch. Loera able to lay off here, according to first base umpire Jim Langen. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Christian Loera, the Arkansas State Mountain Home product. 2-2 delivery. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of the catcher. Cooper Fucino is able to hang tight with that one. And 2 strikeouts in the inning and 2 strikeouts of Christian Loera. And already 5 strikeouts the first 1 2/3 innings. All of the outs via the K. Here's Drew Vega. He walked and scored his first time up. Sodbusters getting 4 runs on 4 hits, but when they're not hitting it, they've been struck out. And here's a little looping liner, and that is Drew Vega having it fall in. Then it gets by the center fielder. Vega hits the second base bag and will stop there. Vega a little blooper to center, so he's able to get that one to fall. And then he advances on to second base. So the Hastings Sodbusters, a runner in scoring position now with 2 and out. Trying to find a way to steal a run here in this contest. Already up 4-0, and they did a great job of getting guys to come through with 2 outs in the first. Big swing, no contact for Jackson Crane. And it's 1 strike on Jackson. He singled, would later come in and score on an error. Sprays this one foul. Jackson Crane. Runner at second base is Drew Vega. It's going to be a single and an error on the play to get Vega into scoring position. The error charged to Tanner Jacobson. Line driver, but right back to the pitcher, Zachary Vincent, who sticks the glove out and makes the catch. The Sodbusters cannot score. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 man left. We head to the third. It's Hastings 4, Fremont nothing. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here. I feel better already.
The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by game.
Steve Stein, Connor Christensen from Duncan Field as we head to the third inning. The Hastings Sodbusters have a lead over the Fremont Moo by a score of 4-0. 4 runs, 5 hits for Hastings. Fremont, no runs, 1 hit. Moo have committed 2 errors. The Sodbusters 1 error so far in this one. And it'll be Fremont with its 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up against Creighton Jacobitz. Jacobitz hasn't been his sharpest, but has put zeros on the board. Kind of like early in the year when Creighton was walking a lot, he was hitting a lot, wasn't allowing any hits. Went through 13 hitless innings in his first 2 starts for the Hastings Sodbusters. Picked up 3 wins in his first 3 starts. Has since dropped a couple. See if he can get back in the win column here today for the Hastings Sodbusters. Still a stellar 1.78 ERA, and he's headed to Arkansas Tech, making that official earlier this week. Here's Cooper Fucino. Fucino walked his first time up. As Fremont loaded the bases in the first, they had runners at first and third in the second and could not score either time. Creighton Jacobitz brings it home. And the first pitch swinging, hit into the right center field gap, and on the run and making the play is Chase Phillips. Plenty of leg speed there from the Aurora High School, Nebraska grad. And Cooper Fucino is allowed first out of this third inning. And that'll bring to the plate Timon Long. Long reached on an error his first time up. Long joining the team. He was a regular last year for Fremont, taking the roster position of Grant Richnovsky. Initially called him that in this broadcast. We apologize for that. Timon Long getting a start today in right field as rosters on both sides pretty fluid. See some guys coming in and out, and some of them just committing for the first half, some just committing for the second half. There's injuries which hit, and so you just never know from one day to the next. Big swing, no contact, quickly 2 strikes on Long. Mentioned the Sodbusters, going to have some guys leaving here in the next few days, and some new folks coming in for the stretch run as we are in the final month of play now. 0-2 delivery and swing and a miss. 3 pitches, 3 strikeouts. Timon Long down on strikes. 2 outs now for Henry Heyman. Heyman, another of the returnees from last year, but just getting rolling for this summer. 3 out of 15 coming into today at 200. A double, 2 runs batted in, 3 runs scored. He has 3 hits, 2 of those coming Tuesday against the Nebraska Prospects when he had double and 2 runs scored. Takes the pitch outside here for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Creighton Jacobitz having to battle through the weather conditions back in that first, as he was basically pitching in the rain when he walked Heyman the first time. They had a weather delay of 8 minutes, came back out. He was able to get a line out to right on a great play from Luke Causey to end that first inning. As the 1-1 pitch is lofted high in the air, short left field, and that is going to fall in no man's land. No chance for Jackson Crane and company. Crane will field it on a hop, but Henry Heyman just put it in play. And a Duncan Field bloop single will put a runner at first and 2 outs for Sevi Aguirre. Aguirre was the guy who lined it to right, and we're thinking that's major trouble. It could be 2, it could be 3. It turned out to be nothing as Luke Causey, a headlong dive to take away what certainly would have been a run-scoring hit for Sevi Aguirre. Starting first baseman today, was initially listed as the third baseman, and they made that switch just before game time. Aguirre out of Southeastern Oklahoma State College. He is from Coffeyville, Texas. 326 hitter coming into today and had a multi-hit game Tuesday. A lot of hits for the Fremont Moo in that Tuesday win as the pitch misses 2 balls and no strikes. They out-hit the Prospects 14-12. They won the game 17-9, scoring 10 runs in the bottom of the 8th. That's a long old day at the ballpark when you're scoring 10 in the 8th inning. 3 balls and no strikes now on Sevi Aguirre. And the pitch. Strike at the letters, 3-1 on Aguirre. Runner at first, 2 men out. A quick 2 up, 2 down with a line out and a strikeout, but now an infield single and a 3-1 count on this guy. Ball 4. So another 2-out opportunity for Fremont. They're looking for the big 2-out hit. It's been Hastings today that has found a way to get the 2-out hits. 3 straight 2-out hits, giving the Sodbusters a 4-0 lead back in that first inning, and Joshua Hardiman steps to the plate. He grounded short his first time up. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Sodbusters. No runs, 2 hits for the Moo. Combined 3 errors in the first 2+ innings of this one. Curveball drops in there for a strike. No balls and a strike on Hardiman. Joshua Hardiman, product of Midland University. He's a Californian. Midland and California seem to have a nice cooperative agreement. A lot of folks from California come to Midland. High fly ball, right field. Causey has it measured and makes the catch, and Fremont does not score. They'll leave 2 more. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. We head to the bottom half of inning number 3. Hastings 4, Fremont nothing, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner. At the bottom half of inning number 3, the Hastings Sodbusters lead at 4-0. If you're just tuning in, thinking, why are we only in the 3rd? Setting through a 47-minute rain delay after an earlier 8-minute weather delay. And so that's why we are a little behind schedule, the scheduled 4:30 start time. And we are going to be kind of back to the original plan of 6:30 before this is all said and done, as Cale Jensen steps in and first pitch swinging misses. Zachary Vincent has already struck out 5 in the first 2 innings of play here, but he trails at 4-0 as the Sodbusters coming up with a big first inning. Jensen pops this one a mile high, and looks like this one's going to stay on the infield. Getting underneath it, making the call, making the catch will be Luke Sexton. There's 1 out in the 3rd. So pop up for Cale Jensen, and Weston Johnston will bat. Johnston, the key at bat back in that first inning. He was at the plate with 2 on, 2 out. Looked like the Sodbusters were going to miss another opportunity during this 6-game skid. We've seen several 2-out opportunities go by the wayside. Johnston puts this one in play, and it's right to Luke Saxton, and Saxton throws him out. Johnston reaching on the infield single. The ball was thrown away. The Sodbusters would score 2 on that play and then get the RBI triple from Luke Causey, who steps to the plate now. That was followed by the RBI single from Brock Cross, and when all was said and done, the Sodbusters had 4 on the board. That's where we stand right now, bottom of the third. Luke Causey, another of the Arkansas Tech Wonder Boys, takes the pitch for a strike, no balls, and a strike on Luke Causey. Causey, accounting or personal finance, his potential major, 289 batter coming into today. 333 at home, however, as he loops this one down the left field line, and that will be well foul over near the Hastings bullpen. Little different video look today as we are going with a skeleton crew, so no outfield camera, and it's a good thing we didn't because we have had plenty of rain today, and cameras don't like rain for whatever reason. 0-2 pitch in the turf, 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Ryan Valenta has the day off, Mason Hinrichs with the day off, Noah Pagel enjoying July 4th. So Connor Christensen doing a lot of things here technically to keep it all going. Here's a strikeout of Luke Causey, and the Sodbusters are quiet here in the third as they go down 1-2-3. Hastings leads it 4-0. After 3, this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
At inning number 4, it's 4-0. Hastings on top. It'll be 8-9-1 coming up for the Fremont Moo against Creighton Jacobitz. Jacobitz battling his way through 65 pitches the first 3 innings, but does have zeros on the board. Has not had a clean inning yet, as Fremont has stranded 7 in the first 3 goes here. And so Hastings see if they can find a way to put a 1-2-3 inning up. It looked like Jacobitz was going to get that done in the third, but an infield single and a walk put another threat before the Sodbusters got that fly out to right field from Joshua Hardiman. But Jacobitz, the important thing, putting zeros up there. That's one thing about it, watching him, a lot of confidence this year, even when things have gone awry during courses of innings. Those first couple of games at home, just able to put things behind him when he would walk a guy or hit one, and he would just go get the next batter. Here's Luke Saxton. He is apparently the beer batter today, and I'd say the fans need something. It's 4th of July, and it's been raining, and they're not going to get one this time. Here's a line drive to left field, base hit. Could be 2. Rounding first, headed to second. Here comes the throw, and, oh, not in time. Close. Saxton, good hustle. He was thinking 2 coming out of the box. Sodbusters did their best as the throw came in, but Jackson Crane couldn't quite get him, so Saxton has a leadoff double. He's 2 for 2 in the game, and Preston Gajewski will come to the plate. He walked his first time up. 4-0. Sodbusters on top. Gajewski, he is out of Northern Oklahoma College, Tonkawa. 0 for 7 against Hastings so far this season. Sodbusters playing in on the corners here with nobody out. Middle infielders are back. A look back to second base, and Saxton not going anywhere. 4-0 the score. Hastings with the lead. Sodbusters have out-hit the Moo 5-3. Scheduled 9-inning game. They do play with a 10-run rule after 7. That's come into play a few times this year. Pitch taken for a strike. No balls and a strike. Again, no run rule for Hastings when the Fremont Moo, when they beat the Prospects in that Tuesday game. That game probably took about 4 hours. 17-9, 26 hits, 5 errors. Bouncer, it comes back to Jacobitz, checks the runner, throws to first. Great job all the way around for Creighton Jacobitz. 1-3 on the putout over to Graham Hilton, and Saxton has to stay at second. Great job for Creighton Jacobitz. Back to the top of the order for Tanner Jacobson, and Jacobitz showing a bit of growth. There's been a couple of times where that throw to first has been a struggle for Creighton Jacobitz. But Jacobitz not only making the play in the field, but making a good throw over to Graham Hilton, and there's one on with one out, and Tanner Jacobson, who is 0 for 2, steps in. That one right across for strike. No balls and one strike. So says the home plate umpire, Austin Lukemeyer. Jim Langen working the field today. Two-man crew here in the Independence League. If you're in the region, Sodbuster Baseball, next 3 days at home against the Plainsmen, 6:35 tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. Then Hastings will be away from home for a bit. Next home action after these won't be until the following Monday when the Nebraska Prospects come in for a 2-game series. That'll begin a span of 13 games in 14 days to close the season. Pitch taken upstairs. The count goes to 2 balls and a strike on Tanner Jacobson. Jacobson against the Hastings Sodbusters now 1 for 7. Did have a hit and a run batted in the Fremont win on Monday here at Duncan Field by a score of 6-3. Here's the pitch. Off speed, beauty right on the inside corner. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jacobson, product of Cloud County Community College. He went to Blair High School. Didn't play in the spring for the T-Birds. He's had a big week. 2 hits against the Prospects on Tuesday, 2 more on Wednesday. Swings and fouls the pitch away, and that gets a piece of Austin Johnston. I should say Weston Johnston, and Weston tries to shake that off behind home plate. Weston Johnston for the Hastings Sodbusters. Austin Lukemeyer, the home plate umpire, did take a couple of steps out, throw the ball back to Jacobitz, and then made sure that Johnston is okay. It wouldn't be a catcher for all the money in the world. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch just misses high and away. 3-2 now. Runner at second, 1 man out. Creighton Jacobitz has walked 3 and struck out 1. Again, hasn't had his A stuff, but has put zeros on the board, and that's the big number to this point. Has seen the pitch count elevate here as the day's gone on. 3-2 pitch on the way. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Second baseman Drew Vegas got it. Sets, throws to first in time. There are 2 outs. Big second out of the inning. Advancing on the play was Saxton. Runner at third, but now Sodbusters have a chance to get out of this with no damage done again. Camden Brzezinski struck out his first time up, line to center, back in the second. Now we're in the 4th. Hastings 4, Fremont nothing. Jacobitz, the left-hander, against the left-handed hitting Brzezinski. Breaks contact and will reset. Brzezinski plays his college ball at Butler, the Bulldogs of the Big East. He's from Denver, Cherry Creek High School. Takes the pitch for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. His home high school winning a state title. Did have a multi-hit game on Monday against the Sodbusters, 2 for 5, 2 RBIs and a run scored. Fremont won that game. Curveball breaks right over the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike on Brzezinski. That Monday game saw Fremont score 2 in the second, 4 runs in the 5th inning. More than enough as Hastings managed 3 one-run innings and only 6 hits. Curveball misses inside. 2 balls and a strike on Camden Brzezinski. 4-0. Hastings on top, trying to keep it that way. Creighton Jacobitz, no action behind him as the 2-1 delivery comes in. Misses outside, 3-1. Just gone 3-1 to each of the last 2 hitters. Able to come back and get Jacobson. A double to begin the inning for Saxton. He is now at third base with 2 outs. 3-1 pitch. Strike 2. Borderline pitch goes the way of the Sodbusters. Brzezinski had started to walk away. I'm not sure if he thought it was ball 4, but he is back in there now. And Creighton Jacobitz trying to get out of this inning with another 0 on the board. 3-2 pitch on the way. Foul back. Brzezinski stays alive. such a variety of college experiences for these players on the respective teams. You've got some D1 guys who haven't seen a whole lot of playing time looking for at-bats. You've got junior college kids looking for their next stop. Division II, Division III players, NAIA. Kind of cool to see them all come together. 3-2 pitch. Inside hit him. So runners will be at the corners now. And another threat for Fremont. They left 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the third. They have 2 on here in the fourth. And can Jacobitz find a way to get out of this again with no damage done? Cooper Fucino. You certainly didn't want to hit Brzezinski to get to Fucino. Just a few games ago against Casper, he had a 5-hit contest. He hit for the cycle plus an additional double. That was a day. Cooper Fucino stands at the plate. And the pitch. Got a good swing and pounded it back to the screen. No balls on a strike on Cooper Fucino. Fucino got a little bit of playing time for the Creighton Blue Jays in the spring. He's a Californian from Rolling Hills Estate. A returnee for the Fremont Moo. No balls, 1 strike. This one hit hard, but to the shortstop. Luera throws to second. Vega, they get the force play there, and Fremont leaves 2 more. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Hastings 4, Fremont nothing, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball. Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen, a tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better now.
Out of the bottom half of the 4th inning, Sodbusters lead at 4-0. If I tell you the starting pitchers, that one of the guys has thrown 84 pitches, has walked 4, hit 1, and struck out 2, and I tell you the other guy has thrown 46 pitches, struck out 6, and walked 1, who do you think's ahead? Probably the second guy, right? But no. Zachary Vincent finds himself on the short end of a 4-0 game right now. Creighton Jacobitz, masterful in getting out of jams. He has been able to entice 9 stranded runners from Fremont the first 4 innings, and Hastings has made that 4-run first stand up to this point as Brock Cross, Graham Hilton, and Chase Phillips will try to get the measure of Vincent. Vincent, since giving up 3 straight 2-out hits back in the first inning, has been dynamite, allowing only 1 base runner since that time. That was a 1-out single off the bat. Actually, a 2-out single off the bat of Drew Vega back in the second, as Vincent set him down 1-2-3 in the third. And this one is 1 hop to the third baseman, and reaching will be Brock Cross, as Joshua Hardiman reached out, tried to make the short stop, as it was going to be a short hop, and could not field it cleanly. And so the Sodbusters, with 1 pitch, will have a runner at first base. And now it's going to be Graham Hilton coming to the plate. He struck out looking his first time up. This will be ruled an error. Hilton is bunting. It's a 1-hopper back to the pitcher, who plays it to first. May have had a chance at second, but makes sure, and Graham Hilton gets the bunt down. Sacrifice, 1-3 on the putout. Brock Cross in scoring position after reaching on the air. And we'll see if Phillips and Loera can get it done. The 9-1 hitters for the Hastings Sodbusters. Chase Phillips struck out his first time up. And like I say, Vincent has been dynamite. Struck out the side in the first. 2 strikeouts in the second. 1 strikeout in the third. Hastings, during this skid, has really struggled putting the ball in play at times. Just has not been... They've not been able to put pressure on the defense by getting balls into the field of play. Too many strikeouts to be getting wins on a consistent basis. Here's a little chopper to the second baseman. That will advance the runners. The throw comes from the second baseman, Luke Saxton. Saxton over to first to Aguirre, and there are 2 quick outs in the inning. So a cross reach on the air, a first pitch sacrifice from Graham Hilton, and a first pitch grounder to Chase Phillips. And now back to the top of the order to Christian Loeras. The Sodbusters trying to get that runner home from third base. Vincent maximizing his pitches once again as the Hastings Sodbusters try to find a way. Pitch right across for strike, no balls and 1 strike. It's one of those deals you want to be patient, but Vincent throws almost exclusively strikes, so if you're taking pitches, all of a sudden you're down 0-2. He's thrown only 11 balls of his 51 pitches thrown. This one is looped down the right field line and foul, so quickly 2 strikes on Loeras. Already struck out twice against Vincent, and he's in an 0-2 hole, and look out for the curveball right here. He has not had a good read on Zachary Vincent's curveball, and looks like he is going to need a new piece of lumber. One of the leaders on this Hastings Sodbuster team, here in Scott Galusha talk about it, who's called CeeLo, Christian Loera, has kind of stepped up. I know he had a situation a few games ago where he was ejected and has put that behind him and has kind of become one of the more vocal leaders. Puts this one in play to the left side. The shortstop has got it. The set, the throw, high throw, but holding the bag is Aguirre to make the play as Preston Gajewski able to get it over, and the Sodbusters do not score. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 man left, and we head to the 5th. It's 4-0 Hastings, and this is Sodbuster Baseball. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs. We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
Head of the 5th inning, the Hastings Sodbusters continue to lead at 4-0. If you didn't join us early, you've missed all the action and all the rain. Right now, it's a gorgeous night for baseball as we set through 2 rain delays. The Hastings Sodbusters scored all 4 of their runs in the bottom of the 1st and all of their runs with 2 outs. And that's been an Achilles for the Sodbusters recently, unable to get the big 2-out hits. They had 3 straight run-scoring hits with 2 outs. Through in an air, and the Sodbusters got 4 runs on the board, and thankfully so, because Zach Vincent has been really good for the Fremont Moo. The Hastings Sodbusters have been able to get 4 scoreless innings out of Creighton Jacobitz. Jacobitz has thrown 31 more pitches than Zachary Vincent, but owns a 4-0 lead. Has not had moderately close to a clean inning yet. He has had at least 2 stranded base runners in every inning. Now, he has gone 2 up and 2 down one time. Hard hit ball into left field for a base hit. So again, Jacobitz is going to be battling with traffic on the bases. Timon long, first pitch swinging, and Timon has his first hit. He's 1 for 3. And here comes Henry Heyman. Heyman has been on board twice, a walk and an infield single. Had a leadoff double last inning, and one of the key plays that for him was made by Creighton Jacobitz on a comebacker. He was able to grab it, frees the runner at second and throw to first, and that runner would eventually be stranded at third. First pitch right there for strike 1 to Henry Heyman. Heyman, a D1 guy from Akron University, came to the States from Australia. 0-1 delivery. High fly ball, well hit to left. No chance for Jackson Crane. This one hops the wall. This will be a run-scoring hit as Heyman has a double, and the Fremont Moo are on the board with back-to-back hits to open the 5th inning. Any other ballpark in the Independence League, and that is gone. An RBI double for Heyman. And Timon Long scoring from first, and Fremont's on the board. It's 4-1. There is action behind Jacobitz. He had 84 pitches thrown coming into this frame. Pitching restrictions. You can't start an inning after throwing over 100 pitches. No new batter after 110. So nearing the end of the day as this pitch bunted. Third base side, no chance. Infield single for Sevi Aguirre, and the first three have reached for Fremont. Single, double, infield single, and it's 4-1, and Fremont looking to come back here as we'll see a visit with head coach Josh Printer. Going to talk with this infield. Runners will be at the corners with nobody out for Joshua Hardiman, Luke Saxton, and Preston Gajewski. A single for Long, a double from Heyman, the infield single from Aguirre, and Fremont very much a part of this game as they'll have the tying run coming to the plate with nobody out in the top of the fifth inning. Scheduled 9-inning contest, battling through an 8-minute weather delay and a 46-minute weather delay so far in this one. But believing that we have about 2 hours of dry potential weather to get this game in, if we can't finish it, they would resume it and finish it the next time Fremont comes to town, either July 19th or July 20th. See how it all works out. Conversation over. And we'll see what Joshua Hardiman can get done. Hardiman 0 for 2 on the day. A ground out to short. A fly out to right. Hardiman, 267 for the summer, does have a home run, 7 doubles, 24 runs batted in. This Fremont team, 7 home runs compared to just 2 for the Sodbusters. It's tough to get homers here on the home field. Ball 1 to Joshua Hardiman. Jacobitz checks the runners, brings the pitch home, and that's right there for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to Hardiman. Fremont at 243 batting average coming into today. The Sodbusters a little bit better at 256, but they've been much better at home, 270. Their home batting average just 237 on the road. 1-1 delivery. Across for strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Any out, anyway. Jacobitz has struck out 2. He's walked 4. He's hit 1. Right-handed action for the Hastings Sodbusters here in the top half of inning number 5, with Hastings leading at 4-1 despite being out hit 6-5. 1-2 pitch on the way. Fly ball, right field, but foul. Luke Causey, no chance at that one. It remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Hardiman. Causey's been dynamite out and right. One of the key plays in this one, keeping Fremont off the board early. A line out to right off the bat of Aguirre that saved 2 runs and a diving grab by Luke Causey. 1 ball and 2 strikes and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Big strike out there for Jacobitz, and now he's a double play ball from getting out of this with minimal damage. 3rd strikeout as Hardiman chased high and away. And here comes Luke Saxton. Saxton has been really tough in the number 8 spot of the batting order. A single and a double for him. Saxton, a Papillion La Vista grad, going to Ellsworth Community College, and now at the University of Missouri St. Louis. Runners at the corners, pick play, and a near throwaway. Graham Hilton has to come off the bag to get this one, and Creighton Jacobitz says, my bad. Good job for Graham Hilton to save a run right there. And if the runner at third breaks for home, Henry Heyman likely scores there. Runners at the corners, and I'm betting that Jacobitz is not going to throw to first this time. You'd almost think you're going to go. Runner does not go. The throw comes home, and Jacobitz misses, and Jacobitz pats himself on the chest again, saying, my bad on the pitch after my bad on the pick play. And you just want to see Creighton bear down and find a way to get Saxton right here. 1-0 pitch on the way. High and away, 2-0 for Luke Saxton. Saxton, again playing for the University of Missouri St. Louis. They are the Tritons, NCAA Division II. Hit 255, had a couple of home runs in the spring. 2-0 delivery, and that misses away. 3 balls and no strikes. So one has scored, two are on, and only one man out. Jacobitz could be nearing the end of his day for the Hastings Sodbusters. And a 4-pitch walk. And that is going to do it. Josh Printer will come out and take the ball from Creighton Jacobitz, who could not get through the top of the 5th. And we are going to see a new pitcher coming in. The Hastings Sodbusters lead it 4-1. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters Baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner. It'll be Braden Cork out of the Hastings bullpen to try to get out of this with minimal damage. One has scored already. The bases are loaded. Only one man out, and Braden Cork, one of the high-leverage guys for this Hastings team, joining the squad late. He got a chance in the Northwoods League early in the summer. And Northeast Community College Hawk still weighing his 4-year plans. The son of former Millard North head coach Dave Cork, getting his general education things out of the way at Northeast, and will have an opportunity to play somewhere, still thinking about it. 0-1, a 6.14 ERA, making his 5th appearance in 14 2/3 innings, allowing 10 runs, 18 hits, 19 strikeouts, 10 walks. He's hit one. Opponents hitting .295 against Braden Cork. He was dynamite last year. 53 1/3 innings pitched for the summer for the Sodbusters, and ERA of 2.87 and a 3-2 record with 4 saves. And when the Sodbusters needed a big performance, it was Braden Cork a year ago for this Hastings team. Comes in a high-pressure situation with Heyman at third, Aguirre at second, Saxton at first after drawing the walk as Creighton Jacobitz battles his way through 97 pitches. At pitch shutout innings the first 4, but giving up a single, a double, and an infield single to begin the inning. Got a big strikeout with a runner at third and less than 2 outs, but after the 4-pitch walk, Josh Printer taking Creighton Jacobitz out. Braden Cork, the opportunity, the right-hander coming in, and the pitch. Inside nearly hit him. Don't need that. We had thought we were going to see Cohen Nelson, first man out of the pen, the Grand Island Senior High guy, but with this situation, what a guy probably who has been there for the Hastings Sodbusters at this point. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Bouncing ball back up the middle. It hits the rubber. It's into center field for a base hit. 1 run will score, and that'll be it as the good throw comes in from Chase Phillips, but the RBI single from the number 9 hitter Gajewski. He's 1 for 2. And now it's a 2-run game, and Fremont not done yet. First and second, only 1 out, and Tanner Jacobson will come to the plate. It's a big chance for this Fremont team. Tying runs at second base, the lead run at first, and still only 1 man out. Hastings trying to find a way on all those missed opportunities for Fremont, but now they are coming through. Team which stranded 9 in the first 4 innings, probably just a relief to get that first run on the board. And now can you find a way to minimize the damage from here? As the pitch low, good stop there for the Sodbuster backstop Weston Johnston. 1 ball, no strikes on Jacobson. He's looking for his first hit. Yeah, when your leadoff guys batting for the 4th time in the 5th inning, you figure you've probably got a few more runs than 2. 4 runs, 5 hits for the Sodbusters. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Moo. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball to the left side. Cross has got it. Will throw home and out at home on a bang-bang play. Cross able to get it. Weston Johnston almost had to do a first baseman stretch to his right. It wasn't a perfect throw, but they get the out, and that is a large second out. there to keep a run off the board. It goes 5-2 on the putout to retire Aguirre. Saxton now at third base, Gajewski at second, and Jacobson with a fielder's choice grounder. 2 outs of the inning, 4-2 the score. The pitch. Bouncing ball to the right side. It's going to be fielded by Hilton. He'll throw to the pitcher, and a wild throw. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and the Sodbusters with the throwing error here to continue the inning as Fremont plates a couple of unearned runs, and they now get it tied at 4 apiece. A good job for the first baseman, Graham Hilton, to get there, but then he airmailed it over the head of Cork. It caught a piece of the glove of Cork, but he just couldn't quite bring it in. And now it's a 4-4 tie as Fremont continues the inning. Now here's Cooper Focino, the 9th man to bat in the frame, as Saxton and Gajewski score. Jacobson now at third base. Brzezinski ended up advancing to second. 4-4. The second error for the Sodbusters proves costly, and we have ourselves a new ball game in the top half of the 5th inning. A pair of 4-run innings, 1 for the Sodbusters and 1 now for the Moo. Pitch misses, 2 balls and no strikes on Fucino. Fucino, a walk his first time up, lined out to center in the 3rd, and a fielder's choice grounder in the 4th. Now a chance to give his team the lead for the first time. Sodbusters could not get that 3rd out. That has been one of the Achilles during this 6-game skid, getting 3rd outs and hitting with 2 outs. Now they got that solved a little bit in the first inning today with 3 straight 2-out hits to plate 4 runs, but could not get the 3rd out here when the Sodbusters had a chance to survive this with just 2 runs allowed. But now they've given up a 4 spot, and now Fucino has seen the first 3 miss the zone. 3-0 the count and the pitch. Ball 4. So Fucino aboard, and it'll be Timon Long who began this with a single. Single, double, infield single to begin the frame, then strikeout, walk, that end of the day for Jacobitz. RBI single for Gajewski, then a fielder's choice grounder, an error, and now a walk. And it's a 4-4 tie. The bases are loaded again for Fremont. Can the Sodbusters survive this in a tie game? Braden Cork brings it home. Big swing, no contact, no balls and a strike on Timon Long. Timon Long reached on an error his first time up. He struck out in the 3rd, the single to begin this frame, and a run scored. 4-4 here in the 5th. Braden Cork winds and delivers. Right there for strike 2. 1 strike away from ending this, still in a tie game. As the Sodbuster fans are into it here at Duncan Field. Sticking out a couple of weather delays. 0-2 pitch on the way. Outside for a ball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. A decent number stuck around. It's not for the faint of heart coming out and watching baseball in the rain and setting through a pair of rain delays. The last one the most aggressive at 46 minutes. And a 1-2 counts here in the 4th inning and the 5th inning in a 4-4 game. Staying alive. Good job there for Timon Long. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes on the starting right fielder for the Fremont Moo. The Sodbusters, when they come to bat in the bottom of the inning, will have Vega, Crane, and Jensen, 2, 3, and 4. So they'll try to come back and regain the lead. Just trying to keep it a tie contest. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. So out of that, 4 runs score. 4 runs coming through on 4 hits, 1 big error, and 3 more left for Fremont. It's 4-4 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning, and this is Sodbuster Baseball. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner, a friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Welcome back to Duncan Field, the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. New ball game, 4-4 as we head to the bottom half of the fifth inning. It'll be Vega, Crane, and Jensen as Fremont getting 4 runs across on 4 hits. Took advantage of an error and left 3 more. Fremont has now stranded 12 in the first 5 innings today. So in some ways you're disappointed not to be ahead because you just had a 2-out error which allowed 2 more runs to come across. In some ways, you're thinking, how in the world are we tied after seeing 12 guys stranded by the opposing team while Hastings has stranded just 3? Zachary Vincent's been pretty good, giving up those 3 2-out hits to allow 4 runs in the first inning. There was an error thrown in there for the Fremont Moo, but since then, 0s on the board, and the Sodbusters have had limited chances. Vega has been aboard twice, a walk and a run scored. He's also singled and advanced on an error and takes a pitch here, 1 ball and 1 strike on Drew Vega. It'll be Vega, Crane, and Jensen for the Hastings Sodbusters in inning number 5 here at Duncan Field. Pitch way outside, 2 balls and a strike, and we just haven't seen Zachary Vincent miss his spots much today. He has been around the zone, has maximized his pitches, just 53 thrown coming into this frame. 2-1 delivery on the way. Hard hit ball, but foul. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Drew Vega, one of the many Arkansas Tech Wonder Boys. He's got another Wonder Boy waiting behind him. That's been a staple of this Hastings Sodbuster team over the last 4 or 5 years. 2-2 pitch on the way. Way outside. A rare 3-ball count. 1 walk for Zachary Vincent. And that was Drew Vega back in the first inning. Now a 3-2 count on Vega again. And I think that's the only 2 times that he has had a 3-ball count. Bouncing ball foul. May have been ball 4, but Vega fighting it away. So his only 2 3-ball counts of the game have come against Drew Vega. Vega may be working his way back toward the top of the order. These kind of at-bats, drawing the at-bats out a little bit, making the pitcher work. 3-2 pitch, misses for ball 4. So Drew Vega aboard for the 3rd straight time. You'd love to see him get hot down the stretch. If the Sodbusters are going to contend for the second half title, they'll need Drew Vega. Here's Jackson Crane. Crane, a single, a run scored. He's also lined back to the pitcher. 1 for 2 in the game. He'll be our Sodbuster Spotlight tomorrow. We'll play that interview back during our pregame coverage against the Plainsmen. Here's the pitch. Foul back. No balls and a strike on Jackson Crane for the Hastings Sodbusters. 3 multi-hit games. He does have 2 3-hit games coming against Casper on June 14th and against Casper again on the road on June 25th. No balls and a strike on Jackson Crane. Here's the pitch. Misses outside, 1 ball and 1 strike on Crane. He's going back to Arkansas Tech. He had started at Arkansas Tech, started college. Didn't think he was going to get a whole lot of playing time, so went to the junior college. Mountain Home. Pitch swung on and missed, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So went to Arkansas State Mountain Home this past spring with the thought and hope, and he is going to go back to Arkansas Tech, hopefully get more playing time this coming year. 1-2 pitch on the way. Pops it up, but fouling out of play. It remains 1-2 on Jackson Crane. He's a business major. Doesn't know what he wants to do with it at this point, but getting a lot of classes out of the way at Arkansas State Mountain Home, and almost all of the classes online. Runner goes, 1-2 pitch, taken high, throw down to second base, not in time. Drew Vega's stolen base. Ball gets into center field, but no chance for further advancement. 2-2 now on Crane, and Vega in scoring position with nobody out, and now Jackson Crane can take a little different approach here with 2 strikes. If he could just find a way to ground one to the right side, he could get a runner to third with less than 2 outs. Sodbusters 4, Moo 4. We're in the 5th inning here at Duncan Field. The pitch. Hit high in the air to right field. That should advance the runner. Making the catch is Long, and Vega will hustle over to third. It's a great job for Jackson Crane. Hit it pretty well, hit it to the right spot, and now Drew Vega at third base with only 1 out, and Cale Jensen trying to come through here in his 2025 Sodbuster debut. Cale Jensen had a really good year at Northeast Community College in the spring of 2024, looking for his next opportunity, and now is going to be going to Illinois, Chicago. Take strike 1. Initially had committed to North Dakota State. 0-1 pitch. Pops it up. Foul territory, and it is going to fall foul. Joshua Hardiman thought he was going to get to the screen quicker than he did. Took his eye off it, and it falls. And a second chance here for Cale Jensen, but he is down to the count. 2 strikes. Struck out against Vincent back in the first. He popped it up to the second baseman, and a guy that has been a pretty good RBI guy during his Sodbuster career. Big chance here. 0-2 pitch on the way. Take it upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Vincent would love another strikeout or a weak pop-up to keep that runner at third. Drew Vega, good speed at third base for the Sodbusters, trying to regain the lead. This would be big for Hastings. High fly ball right field. It's going to be foul. Unfortunate that that wasn't fair, because it certainly would have been deep enough to score the run. No chance for Time and Long to get there, though. Yeah, when it left the bat, you're thinking, all right, stay fair. Even if it's an out, you've got the lead back. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 man out. Cale Jensen, Central City High School, is home high school, and played high school ball. Central City Fullerton Centura when he was going to high school at Central City. It's now just Central City Centura. One of the top co-ops in what was B and now playing C-ball. 1-2 pitch, take it upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and the Central City Legion program has been really good. Their junior Legion team won a state championship this past summer. 2-2 delivery, and hits it high in the air, right center field. That will be trouble, and that is going to fall. Jensen around first. He's headed to second. Coming home to score is Vega, and the Hastings Sodbusters have taken a 5-4 lead. It appeared that Long had gotten there, but he couldn't bring it in, and the Hastings Sodbusters get a big blow from Cale Jensen. It would have been deep enough to score the run regardless, but Jensen advancing to second, they're going to call an error on Time and Long. And here's Weston Johnston for the Hastings Sodbusters with a runner in scoring position. And only 1 man out. Sodbusters, great job to come right back after Fremont put a 4 spot on the top of the inning. Hastings regains the lead immediately, and you like the grittiness. You heard about a post-game interview with the head coach, Josh Printer, on Wednesday after that exhibition game, that wanted to see his team come out with an edge, and I think they have done that today. They've battled through some situations today, big 2-out hits in that first inning. Creighton Jacobitz was able to fight his way through a day where he didn't maybe have his A stuff to put 4 zeros on the board before it finally got away from him in the 5th. And now, after Fremont scores 4, Hastings comes right back, and they're not done. An 0-2 count to Weston Johnston. Runner at second, 1 man out. The pitch. Hard hit ball, but right at the second baseman who makes the catch. Not right at the second baseman, but Luke Saxton able to range to his left to catch that liner off the bat of Johnston for the second out of the inning. And good base running for Cale Jensen to make sure that that got through. Was able to make it back to second base. Here's Luke Causey. Big chance here. He had an RBI triple. Probably the hardest hit ball of the day for the Sodbusters. Into the right field corner. Wind blowing in from right center field now. Pitch fouled away. No balls that a strike. Causey 1 for 2. That triple for Luke Causey, his 4th of the year. This has been a triple hitting team, Hastings Sodbusters. Of course, Duncan Field kind of built for triples. You hit one to the right field gap, and that a lot of times is not just 2, but 3. 0-1 pitch. Misses outside. Hastings coming into today 11 triples, 25 doubles. Contrast that with Fremont. They have 56 doubles and just 2 triples. 5-4 the score. Sodbusters on top. Big swing, no contact for Luke Causey, another of the Arkansas Tech Wonder Boys for the Hastings Sodbusters. Causey from White House, Texas High School. Still unsure what he wants to do with his business finance major, maybe accounting or personal finance. Watches this one go by for a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Luke Causey. Runner at second, 1 man out. Sodbusters regain the lead, 5-4. Fly ball that certainly would have been deep enough to score the run, but misplayed by Long, allowing Jensen to reach. This one struck solidly to center field, carrying well, but on his horse and making the grab will be Tanner Jacobson, and the Sodbusters will settle for 1 run. 1 run on no hits, 1 error, and 1 man left. And we head to the 6th. It's Hastings 5, Fremont. It's Hastings 5, Fremont 4, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here. I feel better already.
The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by
There's
game.
nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Out of the top half of the 6th inning, the Hastings Sodbusters have regained the lead, 5-4. So they get an unearned run in the 5th inning. And Hastings back on top. Fremont going to be sending Heyman, Aguirre, and Hardiman up there against Braden Cork. Cork in for his first full inning of work. He worked 2/3 of an inning, allowing 1 unearned run on 1 hit. In relief of Creighton Jacobitz, who battled his way through 97 pitches and 4 2/3 innings. Sodbusters do have left-handed action, as it's going to be Cohen Nelson, the next guy out of the pen for the Hastings Sodbusters at some point. But Braden Cork, kind of a specialized long reliever. He could get an opportunity to pitch a few innings here as he puts the first pitch of strike to Henry Heyman. This one is grounded to the left side. Loera's got it. He'll throw to first in time. 1 out here in the 6th. Really haven't seen a clean inning yet from the Hastings defense, as Creighton Jacobitz was battling with base runners throughout his tenure. And Sevi Aguirre will step to the plate now. He had an infield single, a bunt single his last time up, and was thrown out at home on a fielder's choice grounder. Bouncing ball back up the middle. That's Loera again. 2 hops, throw to first in time. 3 pitches, 2 outs to the best defender during his senior year in high school baseball in the state of Oklahoma, Christian Loera. And now here's Joshua Hardiman. Braden Cork trying to finish a very effective quick inning if he can retire Hardiman. At the letters for strike 1. Hardiman struck out his last time up. He's 0 for 3, had a big at bat. Runner at third, less than 2 outs, and struck out, but his team would pick him up. They would eventually plate 4 runs before it was all said and done. Pitch swung on and missed quickly, 2 strikes on Hardiman. Big 2-out error allowing the tying runs to come across, but the Sodbusters get the run right back in the bottom half of the 5th. 0-2 pitch. Ooh, Sodbusters were headed to the dugout, but it just missed inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and the catcher Weston Johnston asking exactly where that was. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and Braden Cork brings the pitch home. Low in the turf, 2-2 now on Joshua Hardiman. Sodbusters 5, Moo 4. Top half of the 6th. Battling through a couple of weather delays earlier. 2-2 delivery and a bouncing ball foul. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Braden Cork coming out of the pen for Hastings. Did allow a run. It was unearned. And allowed 1 hit. Bouncing ball, foul again. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. So if nothing else, Hardiman's at bat extending the inning for Cork. He had thrown only 3 pitches to get the first 2 outs. This would be the 7th pitch thrown to Joshua Hardiman. Another 2-2 delivery. Low for ball 3. Hardiman's come all the way back. Want to get Hardiman because Saxton waits on deck, and Luke has gone 2 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. 3-2 and 2 outs. Braden Cork atop the hill for the Hastings Sodbuster, the former Millard North player. Swing and a miss. 3 up, 3 down for the first time today for the Fremont Moo. 5-4 Hastings as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters Baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate wood bat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better now.
Bottom of the order coming up, the Hastings Sodbusters here in the 7th. Cross, Hilton, and Phillips trying to get something going against Zachary Vincent. Vincent probably deserves better than to allow 5 runs, but Sodbusters able to get 4 runs in that first inning and got an unearned run in the 5th. Vincent still at only 80 pitches thrown, and 23 of those, make it 27 of those, came last inning. He had just 53 pitches thrown through the first 4 innings. Here's Brock Cross. Cross hits it hard but foul. No balls at a strike on Brock. He's reached base twice. An RBI single back in the first. Reached on an error in the 4th. Cross coming off a multi-hit game in the exhibition loss to the American Legion All-Stars Cornhusker League on Wednesday. Game didn't count in the standings. Those stats don't count, but still fun baseball. Sodbusters shoulda, coulda. Had it in their favor going into the 7th. They only played a 7-inning game, but the All-Stars scored 3 in that one. Pitch outside for a ball, 2 balls and a strike on Brock Cross. Nearing the end of his time at the Hastings Sodbusters. He'll be leaving us on the 13th, so another 9 days or so for Brock Cross. Jaden Shabry going to be leaving July 12th. Graham Hilton will be gone by the end of the weekend. Help on the way. As Cale Jensen here today. 3 more guys to arrive here in the next 3 days. This is most of the month of July players, if you will. Pitch inside, and it gets a piece of Brock Cross on a 3-1 pitch. Cross officially hit by a pitch. He would have walked. He'll be aboard. Leadoff man there, and Graham Hilton, who laid down his sacrifices last time, may be asked to do something similar right here. Hastings looking for a tack-on run, leading at 5-4 in the 6th. No action in the pen after that good second inning of work for Braden Cork. 25 pitches thrown, and he will get the 7th. First 1-2-3 inning of the game for the Hastings Sodbuster defense. Hilton squares to bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes on Graham Hilton. Tough kid. Oh, my goodness. Gets hit in the head with a bat in that exhibition game on Wednesday and says, wrap it up. I'm staying in. And he did. Played the whole game, had a triple. Pitch taken high for ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. When I saw the blood pouring forth from his head, I thought, you've got to take him out, don't you? But no, he would have none of that. They did the test for concussion protocol, and he was apparently good to go. 2-0 pitch, taken for a strike, 2 balls and 1 strike. Hilton not behind the plate today, is at first base. Takes a look down at his third base coach, Josh Printer. Corey Caranda coaches over at first. 2-1 here with 1 on and nobody out in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch taken for a strike, 2-2. Hilton was not squaring there, and likely the bunt is off for the Hastings Sodbusters. But you never know. Sometimes you'll see, even with 2 strikes, you may see Hilton square, then pull the bat back and try to chop it through the middle. 2-2 pitch, way outside. 3-2 on Graham Hilton, one way or the other. Good effort here, working the pitch count a little bit. Zachary Vincent finally throwing pitches here the last couple of innings after he rolled through the first 4 with just 53 pitches thrown. 3-2 pitch on the way, runner goes, and this one is drilled into right field for a base hit. Cross hits the second base bag. He's going to go to third. There will be runners at the corners with nobody out for the Hastings Sodbusters. Graham Hilton, good piece of hitting right there, and 2 really good at-bats for the Sodbusters. Had the 3-1 count, then a hit batsman, and then Graham Hilton worked it all the way to full, and then lined it through the right side. First and third, nobody out. Big chance here for Chase Phillips. He's 0 for 2 on the day for the Hastings Sodbusters. A strikeout and a ground out. Fremont playing for a double play up the middle. Pitches taken inside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes for Chase Phillips. He covers a lot of ground out there in center field for the Hastings Sodbusters when he gets that opportunity. Made a nice defensive play earlier in the contest. 1-0 delivery. Pitch swung on and missed. Hastings has a lot of good outfielders at their disposal. Probably a little short at first base. Self-admitted Josh Printer talked about that don't have really many true first basemen on the roster, but guys who can fill the role. 1-1 delivery. Pitch swung on and missed. 1-2 on Chase Phillips. Graham Hilton doing the job today. Got other guys who can fill that role. Causey was over there on Wednesday. Seen Jude Greaves at first base. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Taken upstairs, 2-2. Chase Phillips at least trying to bring that runner home from third. Less than 2 outs. And advance the runner from first. 2-2 on Phillips. Vincent would love a strikeout. He had a lot of strikeouts early in this one. Runner goes. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Throw does not go down. So it's a stolen base for Hilton, but Phillips has gone on strikes. But now you're at the top of the order with Christian Loera. Zachary Vincent now with another strikeout. 7 in the game for him. He's walked just 1. He's hit 1. Actually, he's walked 2. He's walked Drew Vega twice. And the Sodbusters will face a drawn-in infield in the first pitch swing from Christian Loera. So Loera, advantage to him if he can find a way to pound one through the drawn-in infield to bring home maybe 2 runs here. Sodbusters lead at 5-4. Wheels they are a-turning. Vincent would love another strikeout. Pitch bunted at and missed, so it's 2 strikes on Loera, who has really scuffled against Zachary Vincent. Struck out his first 2 times, then had a ground ball to the shortstop, but he has not got a good look at Vincent. Vincent thinking strikeout right here and have a chance to survive this with no damage done. 0-2 pitch on the way. Called strike. Ooh, called ball 1. Whew. We have seen Vincent go with the curveball on 0-2, and he went right with the fastball, and I think everybody was fooled, including a home plate umpire right there. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count. Breathe a sigh of relief and get ready to swing the bat. This one back to the screen. Sodbusters are going to get a run home on a wild pitch as Vincent, muttering something that we can't say on our YouTube broadcast to himself, as the Sodbusters get a run on a wild pitch, and now it's 1-2 on Christian Loera. Graham Hilton advances to third. You just feel like if Vincent throws that curveball, he's going to get a strikeout right here. He went with the fastball, did not get the call on 0-2, and tried to bring a fastball again and just threw it wildly. 2-2 pitch on the way. Goes with the curveball, and Loera strikes out. So 2 outs in the inning, and Drew Vega, who has looked pretty comfortable, will come to the plate. We will see a visit to the mound here from Connor McGonigal. And Vincent could be nearing the end of his days. He's now hit 100 pitches. Zachary Vincent thinking, man, I should have kept one more run off the board right there. He's given up runs each of the last 2 innings after giving up 4 in the first. And they could be talking a little strategy here. Vega is 1 for 1. They've walked him twice. Sodbusters have Jackson Crane on deck. No change right here. So Vega will have an opportunity for a big 2-out hit. And that wild pitch looming large here to get the run home after the strikeout of Christian Loera. Drew Vega, really good at bat to draw the walk the last time, and then he stole the base. He scored twice today for Hastings. He's been the middle of it for this Hastings Sodbuster team. Scored the first run of the game and scored the 5th run of the game, and Hastings on top 6-4 now. The pitch off speeder at the letters for a strike. No balls and a strike on Drew Vega. It's the Hastings Sodbusters, after seeing Fremont tie it at 4, have come back with the last 2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, and the ball flies out of the hands of Drew Vega. Fortunately, everybody's okay. Josh Printer was the closest potential victim there, and Vega is going to come out and get some pine tar or whatever they're using this day and age to get a little more, how shall we say, hand grip on the bat right here. He is down to the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Zachary Vincent looking for another strikeout here. 8 Ks for him. Yeah, a lot of times you'll see that the team that strikes out the most loses the game. But 8 Ks for the Sodbusters, just 5 strikeouts for Fremont. Fremont's also been given 6 walks and a hit batsman. Yet the Sodbusters lead it 6-4. They've been out hit 7-6. The pitch high for a ball, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Drew Vega. Fremont has stranded an eye-popping 12, and that includes a 3-up, 3-down inning in the 6th. So you can do the math. That's a lot of stranded runners in 5 innings. Vega sprays this one foul to the right side. It remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Meanwhile, Hastings has made the most of its opportunities, stranding only 4 through the first 5 innings coming into this one. They do have a runner at third, 2 outs, 1 home in this inning. Brock Cross hit by a pitch and scored on a wild pitch. No action for Hastings in the bullpen, so it'll be Cork again in the 7th. Pitch taken upstairs. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another good approach here for Drew Vega. We saw him work a walk his first time up. Had a single back in the 2nd. Took it all the way to 3-2 and walked in the 5th. We're now in the 6th. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Vincent. Curveball is hit high in the air to center field. And coming on, making the grab will be Tanner Jacobson, and that'll do it for the Sodbusters. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 man left, and we head to the 7th. Hastings 6, Fremont 4. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
Hastings 6, Fremont 4 as we head to the 7th inning. Soundbusters lead this despite being out hit 7-6. 4 Fremont errors, 2 in the game. It hasn't been the cleanest of contests. And we're just happy it's the driest of contests right now as the Soundbusters and the Moo battling through a shower early that stopped the game for about 7 minutes. Then a downright thunderstorm, which had lightning involved, which stopped the game for some 46 minutes. It's been dry since. Thought we had about a 2-hour window before the next line of storms comes in. It looks okay now as Fremont bats here at the top of the 7th. Pitch, bouncing ball, right side. Second baseman's got it. Drew Vega to first in time, and 1 pitch, 1 out. Same way the 6th inning started with a quick ground out. That one went to the shortstop. This one goes to the right side of the infield as Luke Saxton is out. Here's Preston Gajewski coming to the plate now. Gajewski, a single and RBI his last time up. He's walked, he's grounded out. 1 for 2 on the day for Preston Gajewski as Braden Cork brings a first pitch ball, 1 ball and no strikes. The 1-2-3 inning in the 6th for Fremont was a rarity today. They had base runners all over the place the first 5 innings of this one. Pitch way outside. So now Braden Cork going to have to battle back here after getting a ground out to begin the frame. 2 balls and no strikes on the number 9 hitter, Gajewski. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, 2-1 on Preston. Gajewski, that hit his last time up was the first in 9 tries against Sodbuster pitching for the season. 2-1 with 1 out. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, 2-2. He was the first man to face Braden Cork back in the 5th inning, and he grounded it back up the middle for an RBI single. 2-2 pitch on the way. Loops this one into left field. That's trouble, and that is going to fall for a hit. So Gajewski's had a good day. He's been aboard 3 times. He's got 2 hits, and Preston Gajewski, guy who's hitting just 127 on the year, is now 2 for 3. Back to the top of the order, Tanner Jacobson. So a 1-out single. Tying run comes to the plate. Now 8 hits in the game for the Fremont Moo. There's left-handed action again for the Hastings Sodbusters. That's Cohen Nelson. Here's the pitch. Taken upstairs for ball, throw down to first, and hustling back in is Gajewski. What an interesting situation. A guy who's likely going to be making his Sodbuster debut, but if Braden Cork continues to get outs, he's kind of a long reliever. How long do you let Cork go? Do you bring in Cohen Nelson, who's not pitched for the Sodbusters this year, even though he's immensely familiar with Duncan Field, playing his high school and Legion ball at Grand Island? Pitch is fouled out of play. Matter of fact, he had a chance to pitch at this level last summer, if you will, as he pitched in the Cornhusker League All-Star game last year. Was the starting pitcher against the Hastings Sodbusters a year ago. Cohen, certainly the moment not too big for him. He's pitched a lot of big games in his high school career. Pitch just misses for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike on Tanner Jacobson. 1 on, 1 out. We're in the 7th. Hastings leads it 6-4. Said you bring in Cohen Nelson in what's probably going to be a save situation, unless Hastings can put a big number on the board in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Pitch taken high and tight. And you're kind of Cohen, he was looking for an opportunity to pitch. His normal pitching coach has been just working on his craft and not pitching against competition, but he was looking for something to do on the July 4th weekend and called Scott Galusha and said, yeah, let's get you a couple of innings. 3-1 pitch, misses for ball 4, pretty close. So a single and a walk, and now all of a sudden the tying runs are on there, and Camden Brzezinski will step to the plate. Big at-bats coming here as more traffic on the bases for the Fremont Moo. So Braden Cork, after rolling through the 6th inning, 1-2-3, he had set down 5 in a row going back to the end of the 5th, after getting ground out on the first pitch, and he will be taken out right here. So the Sodbusters will make a pitching change. We'll talk about it right after this timeout. It's Sodbuster Baseball.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner. Sodbusters will go with the left-handed pitcher Cohen Nelson, probably going to be making his first and only appearance for the Hastings Sodbusters, unless they can talk him into coming and making a few more appearances during this month of July, but getting an opportunity to come in here. And what a spot. Oh, by the way, Cohen, you're going to be making your pitching debut. We have the tying runs on for you and only one man out here in the 7th inning, and can you go ahead and pitch maybe 2 2/3 if it goes well? We'll just have to see how it does all sort out here. Thought he may be the first man out of the pen, but I kind of like what they did. Creighton Jacobitz, the lefty, started. They bring in Braden Cork, the right-hander, to work in between just to give these guys a little bit of a different look. And Cohen Nelson, in the spring for the Cloud County Community College Thunderbirds, made 15 appearances. He started 6 games. He worked 29 2/3 innings, allowed 25 runs, 21 of them earned on 42 hits. He struck out 33. He walked 10. His ERA was 6.37, so kind of an up and down year, but you like the 4-1 record. His ERA a bit elevated. And now you're going to be asked to get out the 2 and 3 hitters in the lineup, Brzezinski and then Fucino, to try to keep this a 6-4 game. Sodbusters getting a run back in the 5th, a run back in the 6th, after they had given up 4 straight in the 5th inning. Getting the leadoff man aboard each of the last 2 innings, kind of playing a little small ball and getting those runs home. Took advantage of an error in the 5th and a wild pitch in the 6th to plate the go-ahead runs. And Camden Brzezinski, he's reached each of the last 2 times. He struck out, lined out. He's been hit by a pitch and reached on an error. Tying runs on there, only one man out. A lefty-lefty matchup with Cohen Nelson on the hill. Here's the pitch. This is low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes on Brzezinski. Brzezinski, 208 coming into today with 3 doubles, 5 runs batted in. Had a multi-hit game, 2 for 5, 2 runs batted in and a run scored in the 6-3 Fremont win on Monday. Just felt like Fremont was in control from the beginning of that one. Had the better at bats. Sodbusters striking out in double figures. Out-hit Hastings in that contest 9-6 and won the game 6-3. After a visit to the mound from the catcher, the 1-0 pitch is grounded to the right side. Drew Vega's only play is going to be to first. There are 2 outs. Good job for Drew, ranging to his left. Throws out Brzezinski, and now big moment in this game. Sodbusters lead at 6-4. Left-handed pitcher Nelson, Cohen Nelson, going to have to deal with one of the better ones, Cooper Fucino, who is 0 for 2 on the day, but he's walked twice, and he hit it on the button to center field with the tying runs in scoring position. Cohen Nelson, welcome to the Sodbusters. Here's the pitch. Low for a ball. Good job there for Weston Johnston, trying to keep everything in front and to keep the runs off the board. So Cooper Fucino trying to bring the tying runs home here in the top half of the 7th inning. It's been back and forth. The Sodbusters have never trailed it But Fremont battling from a 4-0 deficit to tie it at 4. Hastings with the last 2 runs of this one, and a pitch swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's Cohen Nelson, left-hander on the hill for the Hastings Sodbusters, facing Cooper Ficino, the number 3 hitter in the Fremont order. Nelson delivers, swing and a miss. 1-2 now on Ficino. 1 more strike to get for Cohen Nelson as he tries to survive this 7th inning with no damage done. Nelson looks in at his catcher. And brings it home. High and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Went with the fastball. He'd taken something off each of the last 2 pitches. See if he comes back with that. Ficino unable to make contact on the breaking ball. Tried to go high hard one and get Ficino to chase. Now you want to get him right here and not take it to 3-2. 2-2 with 2 outs and the pitch. Line drive back up the middle, base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes the 2nd run home, and it's an RBI single for Cooper Ficino. He wins the battle here, and it's a new ball game again at 6-6. So had the 2 strikes, Ficino doing a good job of going down in the zone and singling it right back through the box for a 2 RBI single. Now disappointing there, and now you just have to find a way to keep it a tie game. Seen Hastings battle before when Fremont has tied. 6-6 now, and Timon Long trying to keep the inning going. He had 2 at-bats back in the 5th inning as part of that 4-run 5th. A single and a run scored, and then he struck out to end the frame against Braden Cork. 6-6 the score. Here's the pitch. Low for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes to count now on Timon Long. Now Cohen just needs to put that last outcome behind him and find a way to get Long and keep it a 6-6 game. Give Fremont a lot of credit. They have come off the mat twice to get the game tied. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball right side. Tough play. Nice stop. Vega to first. In time. Drew Vega. Flashing the leather there. Tremendous range. And it does remain a 6-6 game after that tremendous defensive play for Drew Vega. 2 runs come across on 2 hits and 1 man left. And we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. It's 6-6. And this is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here. I feel better already.
The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by game.
Well, it's another tie. Sodbusters scored 4 in the first. Fremont battled for 4 in the 5th inning. Sodbusters got a run back in the 5th and then a run in the 6th, but 2 for Fremont in the 7th. And now it's a 6-6 deadlock as Luka Dickinson will step to the hill. Right-handed pitcher out of Skyline College. He's a Trojan. And that is Eli Larson. All right, Eli Larson, we appreciate that. They have had... He's a Sioux Falls guy. Eli Larson is into the lineup now. They've had some pitching adjustments here, some roster changes, and Eli Larson will be on the hill. So Luka Dickinson listed as 35, but this is Eli Larson, Sioux Falls University right-hander, to face Jackson Crane for the Hastings Sodbusters. It's a 6-6 deadlock. Here's the pitch, swing, and a miss. Jackson Crane, A single run scored in the first. He lined back to the pitcher in the second and flew out to right in the fifth. We're now in the seventh of a 6-6 game. Here's the pitch. Fouled away. Quickly 2 strikes on Jackson Crane. So Eli Larson, the new number 35 in their lineup. It's this Fremont team making roster adjustments much like the Hastings Sodbusters. Here's the pitch. Lined foul. Still 2 strikes on Jackson Crane. Looks like there's right-handed action for the Hastings Sodbusters. We hope to see Cohen Nelson go at least one more inning for Hastings. Came in relief of Braden Cork. Cork giving up both of those runs officially, even though Nelson gave up the 2-run single. Both of those runs credited to Braden Cork, who goes 1 2/3 innings, allows 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 2 hits. 6-6 the score. Sodbusters out hit 9-6. Pitch inside that hits Jackson Crane. Really disappointing for Eli Larson, who totally controlled that at bat. He was in front of Jackson Crane from the get-go. And now Crane aboard. And how do the Sodbusters play this? The last 2 innings, they have tried to play small ball. 2 innings ago, they were able to get that done. Sacrifice from Graham Hilton back in the 4th inning. It's Jackson Crane aboard here. Back in the 5th, Drew Vega walked and stole the base. Crane got him over to third on a fly ball to right. Last inning, a hit batsman. They tried to bunt with their second man, but he ended up singling after getting 2 strikes on him. Crane runs. Here's the pitch. It's high and away. The throw down to second base is in time. Pretty good pitch to handle for Furchino. It was high. He threw it actually on the shortstop side, but a nice job of scooping and sweeping, and Jackson Crane gunned it down. So a caught stealing there, and a disappointing outcome for the Hastings Sodbusters, and now Cale Jensen at the plate with a 1-ball and no strike count. The pitch. Hits this one hard, but right at the second baseman, and the throw to first is going to be in time, so very quickly 2 outs as Luke Saxton with the throw out. Preston Gajewski made a really good scoop on the throw that was on the shortstop side and got the sweep tag to get Jackson Crane. And then good play there for Luke Saxton. 2 outs. And here comes Weston Johnston. Trying to salvage the inning. Johnston with an RBI single and a run scored in the first. Since then, a ground out and a line out, both to the second baseman. 6-6 here in the 7th. The pitch. High for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. As Eli Larson back in the top of the hill here. Sioux Falls University. Shakes affirmative. He's set to go with a 1-0 pitch. Winds and delivers. And that hits him. So he's hit 2 of the first 3 men he faced, but no damage done so far. So runner at first and 2 outs now for Luke Causey. Love to see Causey get the kind of contact he did back in the first when he tripled. Trying to get that run back. Get the lead back. Last time the Sodbusters were tied, they immediately scored. They are tied once again after Fremont scored 2 in the top of the 7th inning. It's a 6-6 deadlock. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. No balls and a strike on Luke Causey. 1 for 3 on the day for Luke. 8 multi-hit games for him. 3 3-hit contests, most recently at Casper back on June 25th when he went 3 for 6 with a run batted in. Here's the pitch. Big swing, no contact, no balls, 2 strikes. Eli Larson, the big right-hander for the Fremont Moo, taking the roster spot of Luka Dickinson, apparently. No balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. And the pitch. Pops it foul. It remains 0-2 on Luke Causey. Running at first base, Weston Johnston. Jackson Crane hit by a pitch, but caught stealing. Then a ground out from Cale Jensen. Weston Johnston hit by a pitch. 1 on, 2 outs for the Hastings Sodbusters, and 2 strikes to count on Luke Causey. Fremont will have its 5, 6, and 7 hitters up there against Cohen Nelson in the 8th. Here's the pitch. Causey fights it off and fouls it away. Good job there for Luke. Seen much more competitive at bats for the Hastings Sodbusters, even though they have struck out 8 times. Feels like they've taken counts deeper, not swung quite as many bad pitches as they had during this tough stretch. 0-2 pitch on the way. Beauty off speeder, and Causey could not pull the trigger as Hastings goes down without scoring. No runs, no hits. 1 man left. We head to inning number 8. It's a 6-6 tie. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back, or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better now.
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Into the 8th inning as the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo are all knotted up at 6. Hastings trying to put a 0 on the board and keep this a 6-6 tie. After Fremont got a big 2-out hit last inning, the 2-run single from Cooper Fuccino bringing home the tying runs. And Cohen Nelson, after working 2/3 of an inning, allowing that run-tying hit. See if he can put a 0 on the board against Heyman, Aguirre, and Hardiman. As a single, and then maybe more importantly, the walk from Braden Cork, setting the bases, setting the table. Camden Brzezinski with a ground out to advance the runners, and then Cooper Fuccino with a 2-out, 2-strike, 2-run single to give his team the lead, or to give his team the tie. And now it's going to be Henry Heyman here in inning number 8. Heyman has reached base 3 times, 2 for 3. He's also grounded out. Sodbusters continue with Cross at third base, Loera at short, Vega at second. As the pitch fouled away. No balls and 1 strike to count on Henry Heyman. And Graham Hilton's gone all the way at first. Fremont, after struggling mightily to get runs across the first 4 innings, finding a way. It was a 2-out error back in the 5th inning that allowed a couple of unearned runs to come across, and then getting a big 2-run single with 2 outs in the 7th. And despite the fact that they have now stranded 13 in the game, getting this game knotted up at 6. Cohen Nelson brings it in and misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Henry Heyman. Meanwhile, the Sodbusters have stranded 6 in their 7 at-bats so far. Right-handed action for the Hastings Sodbusters. Behind Nelson could be the end of the day regardless for Cohen Nelson. He just came in to throw a couple of innings and gets a strikeout here as Henry Heyman couldn't pull the trigger. Be interesting to see if Nelson does have a quick, efficient inning. Do you say, hey, how about 1 more, buddy? You're only making 1 Sodbuster appearance. Let's get the most out of you we can. Sevi Aguirre is to the plate now. He's reached base twice, 1 for 3, and fouls the first pitch away. Sevi Aguirre, product of southeastern Oklahoma State. A 3-hit game. He knocked in 4 and scored twice on Tuesday in that wild and wacky win over the Prospects, 17-9. They had a 5-run inning and a 10-run inning. in winning 17-9. Part of 26 hits between the two teams. And Aguirre watches it go by for strike 2. Quickly 2 strikes on Sevi Aguirre. But Aguirre, for the season, has 8 runs batted in. Half of them came in that contest. No balls and 2 strikes and the pitch. It's line foul. Remains no balls and 2 strikes. Love the approach of Cohen Nelson. He's come in and thrown strikes. Had 2 strikes on Fucino before he had the big 2-run single. Here this inning, 1-2 on the first batter, 0-2 on this batter, and this one is lined into right field, but no problem for Lucasi, and there are 2 outs. So 2 up, 2 down, and now Joshua Hardiman tries to get off the schneid. He is 0 for 4 in the contest with 2 strikeouts. Gets his first look at Cohen Nelson. Nelson coming in with 1 out in the 7th, getting a couple of ground outs, but the big 2-run single, and he's now retired the first 2 men he's faced here in the 8th. Pitch swung on and missed, blew it right by him. If that's any indication, stay with the heat, Cohen. As Hardiman could not catch up with that one. No balls and a strike on Hardiman here in inning number 8. Cohen brings it home, and this one is hit pretty well. Chase Phillips going back, and this one will get all the way to the fence. Hardiman flies around second. He's headed toward 3. Here comes the throw, and that will be cut off by the shortstop. So a 2-out triple as Joshua Hardiman, a frustrating day, comes to an end for him after he struck out his last 2 times up. That was out of any other park in the Independence League. And it's a triple. Here is Luke Saxton. Saxton's had a big day, and so kind of hated to see him get another at-bat. Can Cohen Nelson recover from that and put a 0 on the board? Runner at 3rd and 2 outs, and now Weston Johnston. Very important behind home plate for him to keep everything in front. The lefty brings it home, and that's low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes on Saxton. A single, a double, a walk, and a ground out. 2 for 3 with a run scored for Luke Saxton. Trying to come through in a big way for this Fremont Moo squad. Hits it high in the air, right field. Causey over a few steps and makes the catch, and Fremont does not score. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We're to the bottom of the 8th. It's a 6-6 tie. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Core CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs. We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Head to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Hastings Soundbusters trying to find a way. Need a run and 3 outs to win this baby. It's a 6-6 game. Bottom of the 8th. It's going to be the bottom of the order. Cross, Hilton, and Phillips to go against Eli Larson. Larson out of Sioux Falls University. As he came in, the first inning of work, was able to work around a couple of hit batsmen. And now it's going to be going against Cross, Hilton, and Phillips. Cross has been on base every time so far for this Hastings Soundbuster team. Trying to get on there for the first time in the 8th. Hastings has been decent with 2 outs today. That's been one of the struggles during this 6-game skid. Getting the 3rd out on the other side and getting hits and production with your own guys with 2 outs. Had 3 straight 2-out hits back in that first inning to plate 4 runs. Able to get a run home in the 5th, the run home in the 6th inning. That run in the 6th coming with 2 outs on a wild pitch. 0-1 pitch, fouled away, no balls, and 2 strikes to count. No balls and 2 strikes. First man to bat here in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's Brock Cross, nearing the end of his playing days. Potential physical therapist. He's going to be a kinesiology major as he heads to Washington State after graduating from high school in Arizona. His last day expected to be July 13th for the Hastings Soundbusters. 0-2 pitch on the way. Bouncing ball, left side, could be trouble. Shortstop, nice backhanded stop. Throw in time. How about the job there as Preston Gajewski takes away a single, coming to a stop and putting a decent throw over, using the turf to his advantage as it took a couple of hops perfectly up to Aguirre. And there's one big out here in the 8th. 6-3 on the putout, and Graham Hilton singled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Also has a sacrifice bunt. He laces this one to right field, but right there, time and long, there are 2 outs. A ground out and a line out, and Chase Phillips tries to salvage the inning here in the 8th inning. Sodbusters, they do have right-handed action, so we expect it to be the end of the day for Cohen Nelson, but they ask him to come out and work the 9th, perhaps. Nelson pretty solid, 1 2/3 innings thrown, and has thrown 22 pitches. First pitch swinging, Chase Phillips sends it in the air to center field, but this is where fly balls go to die. And a very quick 1-2-3 inning for the Hastings Sodbusters as we head to the 9th. It's a 6-6 tie. This is Sodbuster Baseball. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
Out of the 9th inning, the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo are tied at 6. A very quick inning for the Hastings Sodbusters as they did not give Cohen Nelson much of a break at all, as Hastings not making Larson throw any kind of pitches. As Eli Larson comes in, he threw 4 pitches in that frame. I guess make it 5. 5 pitches to get 3 outs, so he has 19 pitches thrown. Cohen Nelson out there. He was hoping to get 1 or 2 innings. He's going to get 2+, as he's worked 1 2/3 innings so far. Worked around the 2-out triple, and now will face Gajewski, Jacobson, and Brzezinski, who was right-handed action behind him. You would think this would do it for Nelson regardless. His first pitch fouled away. No balls and a strike on Preston Gajewski. Gajewski's had a big day at the number 9 spot in the batting order. 2 singles, 2 runs scored, and an RBI for Preston Gajewski. No balls and a strike, and the pitch. Hard hit ball to right field, base hit. Causey up to play it on a few hops, and the leadoff man aboard for Fremont here in the 9th. And back to the top of the order for Tanner Jacobson. Jacobson drew a walk. Those 2 guys coming through in the 7th inning. It was Gajewski with a single, Jacobson with a walk. They would eventually score the tying runs on the RBI single from Cooper Fucino. Those 2 at-bats for Gajewski and Jacobson came against Braden Cork. Cork was lifted after the walk of Jacobson. Cohen Nelson came in to get a ground out, but then Fucino with a 2-2 pitch, he lined it to center field to bring home the tying runs. Here's a bunt up the first base line, but foul. No balls and a strike on Tanner Jacobson. Small ball here for the Fremont Moo. It's a 6-6 deadlock in the ninth. These two teams play competitive games generally in their series. Hastings winning earlier, 7-6 and 5-2. Fremont took a 6-3 win. Last year, Fremont won the series 7-5. Fremont has dominated play much of the history between the two teams. But Hastings having an opportunity to win the season series last season, couldn't quite get it done. So they got off to a pretty good start against the Moo. But Fremont wins the season series 7-5 this year, winning the first two against Fremont. Fremont trying to win the next two. Pitch is just missing. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jacobson. Runner at first, nobody out. Do they try to steal? I haven't seen them get the running game going. Right now, it doesn't look like Gajewski's got much of a read on Nelson as he does get back on the throw over. But when Nelson was coming home earlier, Gajewski was headed back to first. So you don't think they're going to steal right here as the wheels, they are a-turning here at Duncan Field. Nelson brings it home. Bunt, and they will take it high. The throw back to first, not in time. 2-1 the count now on Jacobson, and Nelson needs to bring a strike. Looks like right-handed action for the Hastings Sodbusters, and this is Elijah Thomas getting hot. That would be left-handed action for Hastings. Here's the pitch. Just misses. Whew. That was close. 3-1 the count now, and now Nelson really needs to throw a strike. Jacobson trying to give himself up, and now Cohen Nelson in danger of walking Jacobson after Gajewski singled to lead off the inning. 3-1 pitch, bunted, foul, 3-2. And now if you're Fremont, do you turn Gajewski loose and let him go on a 3-2 pitch? Signs flashed from third base and head coach Connor McGonigal. And we'll see what Fremont has in store. High drama, top of the ninth inning of a 6-6 game, the Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. As Nelson takes a look at first, brings home the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Big first out here in the ninth. So Cohen Nelson gets the K, and that will bring to the plate Camden Brzezinski. Love to get Brzezinski and keep Gajewski at first with Cooper Fucino looming on deck. A 6-6 tie, and you don't want to see a runner in scoring position with Fucino coming to the plate. Pitch in there for strike one. No balls and a strike on Brzezinski. He grounded at second base his last time up. And is 0 for 4 on the day, even though he's reached base twice. Runner at first, 1 man out, 6-6 the score in the ninth. Here's the pitch. Misses outside for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Unfortunate thing, you expect if the rain is going to be coming back, it won't be too long. Now, it does not look threatening at this time. We expected about a 2-hour window after earlier weather delays. 1-1 delivery. Upstairs for ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. So, like to put a 0 on the board, win this in walk-off fashion in the bottom of the ninth, and make the fans happy here on this July 4th, and let them get to whatever 4th of July celebration they are planning to attend. 2-1 pitch on the way. Beauty, right across, curved ball, strike 2. 2-2 the count. With 1 out in the ninth inning, and some fan is not paying any attention at all. That was definitely a strike. There's a Fremont Moo fan who can't see. 2-2 with 1 out. And the delivery. Called strike 3. Whoa. Nope, it's going to be outside. So now Hastings' turn to not be happy as Austin Lukemeyer says that was just outside of the zone, apparently. 3-2 with 2 outs. Big pitch in the course of this game. And the throw over to first. It's a 6-6 game with the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo battling it out here in Independence Baseball League action. Nelson brings it home. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second is not going to be in time. So the good news, they get the strike out of Brzezinski. The bad news is Gajewski takes second. And the worst news is Cooper Fucino comes to the plate with a chance to give his team the lead. Do you intentionally walk him to get to Timon Long? Long, a returning player from last year, though. There is a base open, but right now Nelson will work to Fucino. Fucino grounded one back up the middle for a 2-run single the last time. And he had him mystified with the off-speed the first couple of pitches, and this one fouled away, no balls and a strike. And just caught too much of the plate with a 2-2 pitch the last time that saw Fucino grounded right back up the middle for a 2-run single. No balls and a strike here. Runner in scoring position. That's the go-ahead run for the Fremont Moo. It's a 6-6 game here in the 9th. Here's the pitch. High and away, 1 ball and 1 strike on Cooper Fucino. Fucino's reached base 3 times, a pair of walks. He's 1 for 3 with that huge 2-run single. Fucino, Creighton University guy from California. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. Check of the runner, and the 1-1 delivery. High and away. Nelson missed his spot on that one, got away from him. No action right now for the Sodbusters, trying to get through this top of the 9th with Cohen Nelson, and almost certainly this will be his final inning of work. He's now thrown 39 pitches for the Hastings Sodbusters in what could be his only appearance. Like I say, it'd be nice, lives in Grand Island, to see him get another appearance or two before this month is over. 2-1 delivery. Fucino hits this one hard but foul, and you're glad it's foul because that hit the fence. Not many hit the wall. It actually hit the gator that was next to the wall. And 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count on Cooper Fucino. You're glad that one wasn't fair. Otherwise, the Sodbusters would have given up the lead for the first time today. They've never trailed it. It's been tied 0-0, 4-4, and now 6-6. 2-2 pitch. High and away. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Fucino. Preston Gajewski singled and stole second. A pair of strikeouts for Cohen Nelson, trying to get this 3rd strike and this 3rd out of the top of the 9th and give his team a chance to win it in the bottom of the frame. 3-2 delivery on the way. Line drive, right side. Diving attempt, Luke Causey again. He's a wonder boy for a reason. Twice in this game, he has stopped run-scoring hits, once in the 1st, once in the 9th, and can Hastings win it in walk-off fashion? We'll find out. It's a 6-6 tie, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Head to the bottom of the 9th, the Hastings Sodbusters trying to find a way against Eli Larson. Larson's been really good. He's hit a couple, but he is not allowed a hit. He has struck out 1, and he's thrown only 19 pitches. He threw only 4 pitches last frame. Now, in the spring at the University of Sioux Falls, an 8.23 ERA in 35 innings, allowing He earned runs. He had 15 appearances, did total 19 strikeouts. Again, an ERA pretty elevated at 8.23. Soundbusters trying to find a way against him in the ninth inning, and they'll have the top of the order. Loera, Vega, and Crane. And how about Luke Causey? Oh, my goodness. In the first inning, bases loaded, 2 outs, took away a hit and perhaps extra bases from Sevi Aguirre with a diving grab. That would have been certainly 2 runs, maybe 3. And in the ninth, when that came off the bat, there was no way Luke Causey's going to get there. The diving grab to rob Cooper Fucino of the go-ahead RBI single, and now Hastings can win it here in the bottom of the ninth inning. They have been out hit 11-6. And they have an opportunity to win it despite that here in the ninth. Christian Loera has really scuffled today. 3 strikeouts, 0 for 4, and watches strike 1 go by. Hastings just trying to get that first runner aboard and put a little pressure on Fremont. The Moo have committed 4 errors, Hastings 2 in the game, and they have loomed large. Loera sprays this one foul, and when it's not going your way, isn't it always 0-2? It just feels like every time Christian Loera has been at the plate today, it has been 0-2. The only time he put it in play, it was 0-2. Ground out to the shortstop. And he's behind in the count here. 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Loera down on 3 pitches. And here's Drew Vega. Vega at the other end of the spectrum has seen a lot of pitches. He's swung it well. He's walked twice. He's singled. He is 1 for 2 on the day. Hit it pretty well his last time up. It flew out to center. Sodbusters just trying to get a base runner and see what they can get done. As Larson gets his second strikeout of the day and throws a first pitch strike here. Larson a little shaky coming out of the pen. He hit 2 of the first 3 he faced, but one of those guys was caught stealing, so he had a 2-out, nobody on situation before he hit Weston Johnston. And here's Drew Vega taking it the other way for a hit. So Vega aboard for the 4th time today. A multi-hit game for Drew Vega in this one. When these two teams met earlier in the week, he went 2 for 5 with 2 runs batted in. 2 of his 3 hits against Fremont this year before today. And here's Jackson Crane. Crane with a single in his first at bat. He's 1 for 3. Was hit by a pitch his last time up. See if they turn Vega loose. Fucino has gunned down 1 potential base stealer, but Vega did have a stolen base against Fucino back in the 5th. Pitch right across for a strike, and Larson doing a great job of coming in and getting first pitch strikes. He throws over to first here, thinking Vega may be going, and he'll keep him close. Runner at first, 1 man out in the 9th. Sodbusters trail this one, or I should say the Sodbusters and Fremont are tied at 6. Trying to find a way to win it here in the 9th. They trail in the hit category 11-7. It's this Fremont squad missing all kinds of opportunities early in the contest. They stranded 12 in their first 4 innings. Make it the first 5 innings of the game. And have now stranded 15. The Sodbusters have stranded just 6. 1 ball and 1 strike to count now on Jackson Crane. Not a big lead for Vega. He's not going, and Crane pops it up. That will not make him happy, as the shortstop underneath it to make the catch. 2 outs. And Cale Jensen will try to keep it going for the Hastings Sodbusters. Hit it pretty hard his 3rd time up. Was dropped by the right fielder. If he could put one in the gap, he could score Vega all the way from first, particularly with 2 outs. Drew will be off with any kind of contact. Cale Jensen trying to find a way here in the bottom of the 9th of a 6-6 game. Larson trying to send us to the 10th. Pitched low for a ball. First time that he hasn't been ahead in the counts. 1 ball and no strikes. Nothing but strikes so far for Eli Larson here in the 9th inning. Sodbusters getting a 1-out single from Drew Vega. Crane popping it up. after the strikeout from Loera on 3 pitches to begin the inning. 1-0 delivery. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. 6-6 to score. Bottom of the 9th inning. Sodbusters got 4 in the first. You're thinking, all right, maybe got to get the offense going, but hasn't really materialized. They manufactured a run in the 5th and 6th. Pitch way high, way outside. Good job for Fucino to keep that from going to the backstop and put a runner in scoring position. Fremont getting 4 runs home in the 5th to tie it. They got 2 runs home in the 7th to tie it up again. That's where we stand at 6-6. Here's the pitch. And Jensen fouls it back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sodbusters open a 3-game series with the Plainsmen tomorrow. That'll be the last games of their short summer season for the Plainsmen. As they went through a busy schedule, I think 18 games in 20 days, come to a close this weekend for the Plainsmen. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner goes. The pitch fouled away. Vega likely had second base stolen. Pretty decent jump, but it remained 2 balls and 2 strikes, and you don't fault Cale Jensen right there. He had to protect at 2-2. But it would be great to see Vega at second base with 2 outs. See what happens here. Vega at first base. He'll go again, and Jensen gets a piece of it and sends that out of play again. And even with Vega in motion at 2-2, if Jensen gaps one, Sodbusters likely get the winning run all the way home from first base. We'll have to see how it goes. Right fielder very deep, though. Time and long for the Fremont Moo. Center fielder, kind of at normal depth. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner does not go, and the pitch is taken for ball 3. So now Vega will be off with the pitch regardless. 3-2 with 2 outs, and the Hastings Sodbusters trying to find a way to continue the inning. A strikeout, a single, a pop-up, and now 3-2 to Cale Jensen. And Larson brings home the pitch. And this sent high in the air to right field, but we mentioned the fact that he was playing deep and going over to make the catch his time and long, and the Sodbusters cannot score. We go to extra innings bonus baseball here at Duncan Field. It's a 6-6 deadlock, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters Baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back, or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. FiskChiropracticSportsClinic.com. Start feeling better now.
We head to the 10th inning, and if you're Cohen Nelson, you're a competitor. You want to go back out there, and Cohen is going to go back out there for the Hastings Sodbusters in a 6-6 deadlock, and now we play tiebreaker rules as the Fremont Moo begin with a runner at second base, Cooper Fucino. We'll see how Fremont plays it here, but like I say, you're a competitor. You want to go out and win a game, and Cohen Nelson kind of wondered if, if it was on a pitch count, but 42 pitches thrown, and yeah, let me throw some more. So I'm sure it's his choice at this point. Came in to basically pitch 1 game for the Hastings Sodbusters. We don't expect him to be with the team moving forward. He's a guy that just works with a pitching coach after pitching in Cloud County. I think he lives in the Kansas City area most of the time, and then plays his college ball at Cloud County Community College, but had the July 4th weekend back home, and here a week or so ago calls up Scott Galusha and says, can I come and pitch? Of course, his father, assistant coach for Grand Island Senior High, And Lance Nelson and Scott Galusha, good friends, and they worked things out. And Cohen Nelson pitching for the Hastings Sodbusters here in this game, and came in at a save situation. Couldn't quite get it done there, but put a 0 on the board in the 8th and 9th and tried to send this game into the bottom of the 10th with still a 6-6 game. Pitch is taken upstairs for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes on Timon Long. Long reaching on an error back in the first. Struck out in the third. He singled in the fifth. He struck out in the fifth. Then grounded out in the seventh. Yes, he had 2 at-bats in the 6th inning as they sent 10 to the plate and scored 4. Pitch taken on the outside corner for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike on Timon Long. You've got your free runner at second base, Cooper Fucino. The man to last bat in the previous inning will start the next inning at second base. 1 ball and 1 strike. The count, the pitch, taken high and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike on Timon Long. American Legion has gone to what's called the California tiebreaker rule. You have a runner at second base, but there's 1 out in the 8th inning. And then, if nobody scores in the 8th, there's a runner at third base and 1 out in the 9th. And then they don't play longer than 9 innings. Here's the pitch. Way outside, tremendous stop. Weston Johnston to keep that from going back to the screen. You don't want to get that runner to third and a free pass. Now 3-1, however, on Timon Long, and Cohen Nelson needs to bring 1 home. Henry Heyman waits on deck. Sevi Aguirre getting at bat this inning as well. 3-1 with nobody out. Runner at second here in the 10th. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-2. Trains, a regular occurrence here next to Duncan Field. Sometimes they make a lot of noise, sometimes not. Unofficial fireworks shows going on in Hastings today. Their regular public display was called off, I think, until next Friday. 3-2, and the pitch. Fouled away. Remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Like I say, if Cohen's okay pitching, go with him as long as he wants to. If this is his only appearance, don't have to worry about his future pitch count. And Cohen today has gotten plenty of experience, coming up on 50 pitches thrown. 3-2 delivery on the way. Swing and a miss. Comes all the way back to get a large strikeout to begin the 10th. It'll be Henry Heyman now for the Fremont Moo. Heyman reached his first 3 times up there. A walk, an infield single, and a double. He scored a run as part of that 4-run 5th inning. Has since grounded out and struck out. That strikeout coming against Cohen Nelson. First pitch of beauty right on the inside corner. No balls and a strike on Henry Heyman. He's a returnee from last year's team. Coming off that 2-hit performance against the Nebraska Prospects on Tuesday. 2 of his 3 hits this summer in 15 at-bats coming in that game before today. Pitch on the outside corner at the knees, and quickly 2 strikes on Heyman. Love to put a 0 on the board, and then you have it going your way with a runner at second and nobody out in the bottom of the 9th inning. 6 runs, 11 hits for Fremont. 6 runs, 7 hits for Hastings. 0-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to the left side. That is going to be fielded by the shortstop. Throw to third. They'll get the lead runner. Well played. Loera to Cross. Cross gets the tag down, and Fucino is out. 6-5. The lead runner is gone. Henry Heyman reaches on the fielder's choice, but now he is at first with 2 men out, and it's going to be Sevi Aguirre. Aguirre, a walk and an infield single. He is 1 for 4 on the day. Lance Nelson's boy, Cohen, trying to put up a 0 here in the top of the 10th. Pitch taken high for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. So you play the 4:30 game so you can have everything done early, and then you get a rain delay, and then you're playing extra innings, and it's going to be dark by the time you get done anyway. Here's the pitch. Pop-up. Right field, down the line, and a diving attempt, but Graham Hilton had it pop out of his glove, went headlong, running full away from home. Tremendous effort, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Graham Hilton, not sure how much first base he's played in his college days. I think primarily a catcher. Graham Hilton getting an opportunity here today. Sodbusters don't really have a true regular first baseman now with the exit of Ryan Jarvis. Ryan getting some academic stuff done here in the month of July. So filling in several different guys into that role. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs, top of the 10th inning. Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo knotted up at 6. Throw over to first base. Back in safely. Not much of a lead there for Henry Heyman, who reached on the fielder's choice grounder. 6-6, Hastings and Fremont. A Sodbuster win, they would have won 3 of 4 against the Moo this year. A Fremont victory in the season series tied at 2. More importantly, you're trying to get a jump on the competition here early in the second half. Playing the month of July to see who's going to face Spearfish in the Independence League Baseball Championship Series. Hawaii and Casper 3-1, Fremont and Spearfish 3-2, Hastings 0-1. 2-1 delivery. Right there for a strike, 2-2 with 2 outs. Hastings does not have to play the first half champion Spearfish. They do not have to play Casper, the team which finished second in the first half standings, at all here in the month of July. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Throw over to first and back in safely was Heyman. So you feel like you've got an opportunity to put some wins together, but you got to come out and play well. 2-2 with 2 outs and a swing and a miss. And Cohen Nelson does the job, putting a 0 on the board. Hastings tries to walk it off in the bottom of the 10th of a 6-6 game, and this is Sodbuster Baseball. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
It's going to be a new pitcher for Fremont here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Unless they've had some other number changes, we believe this is going to be Joe Hauser, 6'2", 200-pounder. 0-1 with a save and a 3.0 ERA, making his 6th appearance in 7 innings, allowing 4 runs on 3 hits. He struck out 18 strikeouts so far in just 7 innings pitched. He has walked 3, he's hit 1. Opponents hitting just 120 against him. And so a pretty tough guy to score a run against. We'll see how Hastings plays it, as they will have their free runner at second base. That'll be Cale Jensen for the Hastings Sodbusters. And Hastings actually going to pinch run for him. So instead of Jensen, they will run Jet Hannaford. So Jet Hannaford will be in there for the Hastings Sodbusters in the place of Cale Jensen. So if we continue extra innings, Hannaford would be in the DH spot. So a pinch runner out at second base. The Sodbusters will have Weston Johnston coming to the plate. So Jet Hannaford in there at second base as the free runner for the Hastings Sodbusters here in the bottom of the 10th. Hastings needs just 1 to win it. Any old blooper to the outfield, and Jet Hannaford, who can fly, would have a chance to score the winning run. See how the Sodbusters play it right here. He is squaring to bunt and could not pull the bat back. No balls and a strike on Weston Johnston. And you wonder about the philosophy. I know Some guys like to bunt here with a runner at second base. Some instead like to swing away. Now 0-1 count. Squaring to bat, squaring to bunt. Now the runner goes, and stealing third base will be Hannaford. He took off with the pitch. Johnston pulled the bat back, watched it go into the turf. Now the Soundbusters have a runner at third base, nobody out, and 1 ball and 1 strike to count on Weston Johnston. Just a guy you'd like to see at the plate, as he's one of the top RBI guys on the team, 17. He's also scored 16 runs as the infield is in. And the 1-1 delivery's on the way. Bouncing ball to the shortstop, right to the shortstop. Unfortunately, in the throw to first, there's 1 big out. Boy, if it goes 2 feet one way or the other, maybe you run Hannaford, but really good decision there to not run. As Gajewski throws out Johnston, and now here's Luke Causey. Any old fly ball to an outfielder gets this game won, because Hannaford can tag and score. And Luke Causey, certainly an opportunity to do that right here. Had an RBI triple, he lined it out to center, and they are going to intentionally walk Luke Causey. So he'll walk, and that'll bring up Brock Cross. And, of course, Cross has been swinging it pretty well. So now Fremont will play their middle infield back. And they're hoping for a double play ball right here. Trying to get this game to the 11th. Soundbusters trying to win it here in walk-off fashion with Brock Cross. He singled, he reached on an air, he was hit by a pitch. He grounded out. The signs are flashed, and what will the Soundbusters do right here? Causey can run a little bit. So the third pitcher of the day, Hauser, trying to lock things down in the 10th. Runners at the corners, only 1 man out. The runner goes. The pitch is taken. It gets by the catcher, but not far enough. Runners will be at second and third. Cross squared to bunt, pulled the bat back. It bounced away from Fucino, but only about 5 feet. Great coaching there for Josh Prenner not to run into an out at home. But how about the aggressiveness there of Causey? He takes off, and the Soundbusters now will walk him, or I should say the Moo will walk Brock Cross. So 2 intentional walks, load the bases now, and it'll be up to Graham Hilton. High drama here for the Hastings Soundbusters and the Fremont Moo. After the stolen base, an intentional walk, Soundbusters still with just 1 out. And now, Graham Hilton trying to win one in walk-off fashion. He lined to right his last time up. You take one just like that right here. As the right-hander Hauser brings it in. Hilton, big swing, no contact, no balls and a strike on Graham Hilton. Hastings trying to win this one. It has been such a tough stretch, losing 6 straight. Then you lost the exhibition game on Wednesday, so trying to see one in the win column here today. 0-1 delivery. Hilton fouls it away, and it's quickly 2 strikes. You've got a great strikeout pitcher out there in Joe Hauser, and Hauser, the Creighton guy from Wisconsin, would love a strikeout right here. For Graham Hilton, put one in play and see what happens. About a hard-hit ball through the drawn-in infield, and a dog pile down at first. No balls and 2 strikes. Hauser breaks contact, and the lights go off. And I was here when Scott Galusha called the Hastings Parks Department, and of course, you know, at that time you're playing a 4:30 game, and you're thinking, yeah, we can probably have the lights shut off at 8:30. And they went off at exactly 8:30. So you want to talk about the high drama getting a little bit higher, as they'll have to make the call and get the lights back on here. This is not controlled here at the stadium. And so now it's going to be a quick call to get the lights back on. So many things that Scott Galusha has to deal with. And you have to make the call. They don't control the lights here at the facility. You have to make a phone call to get the lights turned on. And when you're playing a game which starts at 4:30, we'll think 8:30 is going to be plenty of time. But they did not figure in the hour rain delay. And so now we are in delay mode here once again with a no ball, 2-strike count. There's one out, the bottom of the ninth. We may be one pitch away from this game being over, but we're in no light delay mode here at Duncan Field. It is a 6-6 tie between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo. And the Hastings Sodbusters were trying to get the lights back on to continue this game. Scott Galusha is making his way down to the umpire. The question is anybody there to even turn the lights back on from the city of Hastings at this point? It has started to rain again, which compounds things even further. And man, you really don't want to have to delay this game again or finish it later in the year. But could that be a possibility of what we end up having to do? We're in the 10th inning. 2 strikes, bottom of the 10th. Like I say, we could be one pitch away from ending this game, or we could be playing all night. You know, this is baseball. I mean, we could be going to extra innings. I will just have to see how it all shakes out here. Again, you have to, most fields, you go and you flip the breaker and it's on and you have control. But here at Duncan Field in Hastings, this is controlled, not controlled at the field at all. You have to notify the parks department. They turn the lights on and off for you. You give them a projected time of when you're going to be done. And you figure a 9-inning contest, 4 hours, yep, we'll be all right. Get the lights off before the fireworks so people can be okay in that respect. And the lights immediately turned off at 8:30. And so Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo are now in delay mode once again. Ah, boy, what a day. Had an 8-minute weather delay at 4:39. We had a 46-minute weather delay at 5:17. We've seen the Sodbusters build a 4-run lead, seen it slip away, tied at 4. Hastings regained the lead with runs in the 5th and 6th innings to take a 6-4 advantage. Fremont gets a 2-out, 2-strike, 2 RBI single in the 7th to tie it. Zeros on the board in the 8th and 9th. Fremont had their free runner at second base to begin the top of the 10th. He was gunned down with 1 out as the Sodbusters would face the minimum in the top half of the 10th. And here in the bottom of the 10th, Jet Hannaford at second base advances to third on a stolen base. Weston Johnston grounded it right to the shortstop in the drawn-in infield. They intentionally walk Luke Causey. He steals second. They intentionally walk Brock Cross. And now Graham Hilton will be at the plate with 2 strikes when we get going again. Oh, boy. What a day for baseball here on this Happy Birthday to America. Hastings Sodbusters and the Fremont Moo won't meet again until the two teams play on July 11th at Fremont. Then Fremont makes the return trip for a pair of games on the 19th and 20th. Other upcoming games for Hastings: the Plainsmen will be in town tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. 6:35 games each day here at Duncan Field. Ryan Valenta will be off for tomorrow's game as well, so you have to deal with me, Steve Stein, for one more day solo. Then the Sodbusters will be on the road Wednesday at Oahe. They will play a doubleheader at Oahe on Thursday. They'll be at Fremont on Friday the 11th. And then have Saturday and Sunday off, and then it gets goofy. We will see 13 games in 14 days. Taking on the Prospects on the 14th and 15th. Taking on the Bison the 16th, 17th, and 18th. Fremont the 19th and 20th. Nebraska the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th. That'll wrap up the home schedule. And then Hastings will be at Oahe on the 26th and 27th. If Hastings wins the second half, then they would advance to the championship series and have home games on the 29th and 30th. Then you'd have 3 road games at Spearfish on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of August. But a lot of stuff to still be determined, and we would like to get I'd love to see just one more pitch in this game because that would mean the Sodbusters would win it. They have the bases loaded. There's 1 out. There's an 0-2 count on Graham Hilton, and then the lights went out. And like I say, I'm sure fans are frustrated. They don't know what's going on. Plus, it's raining. The rain has started. They said we had about a 2-hour window, and we started at 6:03. We've had about a 2.5-hour window, trying like heck to get this game going, to get this game finished. But you had the unfortunate occurrence there where it just the lights aren't controlled here at the field. You call the city folks, and they turn them on and turn them off. And is anybody even available to take a call on July 4th at 8:30 at night? That is the big looming question. As did want to give an update while we've got a moment, or maybe several moments, on the guy we did our pregame interview with, Jacob Boldoin. You may remember, if you were listening or watching our exhibition game on Wednesday, Jacob Boldoin was hit in the hand by a batted ball that came off at about 100 miles an hour. And Boldoin, you kind of wondered, oh my gosh, did he break his hand? It actually hit the meaty part of his left hand. Swelling has gone down. Boldoin was in uniform today, and I don't think he was available to pitch, but feeling pretty good. And it looks like Boldoin's going to be good to go once the swelling subsides for him. So that's great news for him and for the Hastings Sodbusters moving forward, because you thought when that happened, you saw him beating the ground with his right hand. You thought, oh my gosh, is that the end of his summer? Is that the end of his fall and spring? But apparently going to be okay. And so good news for Jacob Boldoin. What a fun interview we had with him. If you didn't get a chance to hear that, you can check out our Sodcast on Spotify. All of the player interviews that we do are on there. Our next one, by the way, will come before tomorrow's game. We'll hear from Jackson Crane, another Arkansas Stater. Arkansas Tech guy. He went to Arkansas State Mountain Home this past spring, but will be returning to Arkansas Tech. So we'll get a chance to hear from Jackson Crane and his story, latest on his baseball and college exploits, coming up tomorrow. Try to do a pregame interview before all of our Sodbuster streams. Big thank you to Connor Christensen. He's done all the tech work today and had to battle the rain. He normally does the flight scope, the fancy thing that gives the speed and tells whether a strike is a strike. But with the rain pouring down, we ditched that during our earlier delay. And so I think he's just having to do 2 jobs instead of 4 today here at Duncan Field. Well, we're continuing to be in delay mode, and what a disappointing delay here, as no lights other than the scoreboard lights, other than the beautiful fireworks, as the folks getting their opportunity to see the dusk fireworks show that is put on by the public here in Hastings. We're going to take a quick breather and tell you more about Sodbuster Baseball. It's a 6-6 tie. We are in the bottom of the 9th, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters Baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
At Hastings College, we celebrate all the ways you shine. From more than 20 athletic teams to band, choir, theater, and art, plus esports, creative writing, speech, and media. Join in to earn a scholarship and find your people, the friends you'll hang out and have fun with. It's what makes Hastings great. So check out Hastings College, where your experience matters, in the classroom and in the activities you love to do. Visit us at hastings.edu.
Welcome back to Sodbuster Baseball. We are in light delay mode, as we do not have lights here at Duncan Field. There was a no-ball, 2-strike count with the bases loaded, bottom of the 10th, about as dramatic a moment as you can get, and then the lights went out. And we're at dusk, and there's really not enough light to continue, so we're hoping to get the lights back on, but no guarantees. We can update you on other Independence League action. Oahe leads Bison baseball 10-2, as the Zap and the Bison squaring off today. As try to get an update, that is actually in the top of the 8th inning. Bison baseball making its debut yesterday with Oahe winning the contest as they opened with a loss, did Bison baseball, and Oahe going to 3-1 in second half action. Meanwhile, Casper and the Plainsmen locked in a good one. That is a 3-2 game. As the Casper Spuds on top of that one, that's in the top of the 6th. So the Plainsmen playing pretty well. They're going to have a short night and then come to play the Sodbusters for 3. And for Hastings, try to get a little redemption against the Plainsmen. Plainsmen, they have won 3 games in their efforts so far. Ended up winning the 2 games, went 2-7 in the first half, and they're 1-4 in second half competition here in Independence Baseball League action. And they'll close out their schedule against Hastings with the 3 contests. The Bison, meanwhile, beginning their stretch of about 15 games or so. As you get these guys coming in and playing summer ball, chance to get about 20 games worth of at-bats against college-level pitching. So good opportunity to do that. And we have Scott Galusha alongside. And, man, when you were up here making the call earlier, I'm thinking, well, who would have thought that we would have still been playing ball at 8:30, and, well, we were playing ball at 8:30.
Yeah, frankly, I thought I'd be home in the hot tub at this point.
Yeah.
But, hey, it is what it is. Lights mistakenly went off at 8:30. They were supposed to go off at 9:30, and it's a 8 to 10 minute cool down before they get them back on. So we're just sitting here doing nothing, being irritated by what happens. But mistakes happen. It's not that big a deal. We're glad that we're going to finally get this thing in, and hopefully we can get one pitch or two when we get the lights back on and get the heck out of here.
Yeah.
But it's been a crazy day for sure. But, you know, that's summer baseball for you. That's just kind of how it goes, right?
And, you know, you were thinking that the initial weather report, thinking, okay, we're just going to have a few showers. We're going to be dodging those for the first hour or so. And then we just get a downpour and then lightning. And so you just never know. And we did have enough time to finish the game here in this quote-unquote 2-hour window.
Yes.
It looks like the weather will hold if we do end up playing for 4 hours here and go to 20 innings. But, yeah, like I was saying, you'd love to get the lights off and just have one pitch, wild pitch, and end it.
Yeah, I'd like him to throw the first one to the backstop or maybe even the parking lot. I don't really care how right now. I'd just like to get this over with and done. But, you know, we made sure that safety was first for the kids. We had a lot of rain to this field. The city does a great job here, and we knew it would hold a lot of water. And so I was very thankful that we were able to get going. Got to make a few more plays defensively, and would have been fine. Wouldn't have to worry about this. But all we got to do now is execute here, and we should be okay. And it looks like we should be 2 or 3 minutes away from baseball.
All right.
Hopefully.
Well, thanks, Scott Galusha. Unless something else happens. Yeah.
I'm going home. So if anything else happens, you can call me and let me know, because that's enough. This is a long day, and it's been a lot of phone calls and a lot of making sure everything's okay. And so far, so good. I sure would like to end this with a Sodbuster win, and hopefully sooner than later.
How about Cohen Nelson?
Yeah, Cohen was really good. You know, he left. He's going to be mad because he left that changeup up to a really good hitter.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't as quality a hitter as Fucino is, you know, he knew that he had to take that up the middle and did a great job just getting the barrel on it. So hats off to him. It wasn't a bad pitch, but it was probably a little more up than he wanted to. And, you know, I thought really it started with that the 0-2 pitch was just not competitive enough. It was about, you know, you saw it. It was probably 18 inches outside. And so a good hitter is going to know something different's coming here. And hats off to Fremont. They just keep getting big hits against us. But it's been a pretty well-played game, even though there's a few more errors on there than either one of us would like. But it's been a really competitive game. And this is back to kind of the Fremont that we know. They're really good. And they've keep every arm we've seen today from them has been good. And we just got to have one more good approacher at the plate and get a chance to go home.
All right. Well, Scott, you go and pray, and we'll try to find a way to end this. And unless you want to stay up here for the walk-off.
Actually, I tell you what. I think I'm going to stay here to watch the walk-off, if that's okay with you.
But you can't cheer until it happens, all right?
I understand.
You can't say, okay, there's your ball game, all right? Because you know
I know the drill.
Nothing drives me up the wall more than having your color guy yell, you know, when a big play is happening. Just wait for the play, wait for the moment to be over.
That's
all right?
your job, and I'm just going to be the analyst like I'm supposed to. You're going to tell the story. I'm just going to smile over here and hopefully get it done. I was a little disappointed I knew we might try to steal to try to get out of the double play, but I really wanted to keep the bat I wanted to keep the bat in Brock's hands. I thought even with the double play in line, I thought he was our best option, and hats off to them. And now we just got to figure out how to. Graham's got to put a good swing on one here and see if he can just get a ball in play somewhere to get this in. What'd you think on the pass ball? Do you think that was far enough away?
No, I think it was a great decision because Fucino, and plus you didn't get a good look down at third base. I mean, you could because you had Cross in the way, you had Fucino in the way. Where is the ball going? And Hannaford's got great speed. If he breaks right away, maybe, but I don't think there's any way he could have broken right away.
I don't think so either, and I don't think he had a real big lead either.
Yeah,
because we were kind of worried about Brock hitting one right at somebody, so you don't want to get too big a lead, kind of secondary. But yeah, Graham's had some good swings today. Now he's going to have to work hard, figure out what to do here with 2 strikes, and see if he can't get one in play.
And he's facing a guy who has struck out 18 in 7 innings. So this is exactly where Hauser would like to be, having Hilton down 0-2. And after a long delay, I don't know whose advantage it is. We'll find out here momentarily, because you've got to be ready for an 85-mile-an-hour fastball from the right-hander. And the 0-2 delivery. Bouncing ball foul. Good job there to get a piece of it from Graham Hilton.
Good job. Was on time there. Didn't look like he was fooled. Just trying to protect there. So good job by Graham there.
As we are in the bottom of the 10th inning, a 6-6 game. Sodbusters have never trailed it. Scored 4 in the first, but it's been tied at 4 and at 6. Hauser trying to find a way. Graham Hilton trying to be a hero. High and away. Good eye there. Bases loaded. And like I say, you would not be terribly disappointed to see that one bounce off the glove of Fucino and back to the backstop.
I don't care how we do it. Nobody asked for pictures. I just want Jet to score and us to go home with a bunch of very loyal, happy fans tonight.
Oh, how about the fan base? I mean, waiting through 2 weather delays, 1 light delay, and here we are in the bottom of the 10th.
What a mess. Anybody want my job, by the way?
No. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. And the pitch. Swinging a foul ball. How about the job of Hilton there on a tough curveball that was going to be out of the zone? He gets a chance to swing again.
Just enough.
Graham Hilton trying to find a way. The Sodbusters have runners at every base. Jet Hannaford representing the winning run. 1-2 delivery. High and away. Good job for Hilton. Running at second base, it's Causey. Running at first, it's Cross. Of course, the double play in order, but it would come home first as they have their infield totally in. Don't want a comebacker right here. Put the ball in play and see what happens.
I like Graham's approach here. I think he looks confident right now.
2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a foul ball again for Graham Hilton. Well, he showed his toughness on Wednesday when he gets hit in the head with a bat. They wrap his head up bleeding, and he stays in. He had a triple in that contest, and he's nearing the end of his Sodbuster time and trying to make it one to remember here.
Absolutely. One to remember right here. Good at bat. Now win it for us here, bud.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Bouncing ball foul. What an epic at bat here for Graham Hilton.
This is fun, isn't it?
You betcha. Wish it could have happened about 10 minutes ago, but we've kind of rebuilt the drama.
I'd have settled for an hour ago.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
But I'm just talking about the light going out delay.
Yes, I know.
0-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The pitch. High and away, it's 3-2. And now the Sodbusters are a ball away from winning it in literally walk-off fashion.
Like I said, I don't care. I just want to see those guys in third base dugout come flying out of that thing.
Graham Hilton, what an at-bat, trying to make it last. 1 more pitch right here. Hauser has to bring 1 home now. 3-2 delivery. Ball 4! Graham Hilton will go down the line. Jet Hannaford slides home. Graham Hilton, a walk-off walk. And how about that, Scott Galush?
Hey, what a great at-bat. You know, I know that last pitch was not, he lost it out of his hands. But what a great at-bat to get to that point. You're down 0-2 with a guy who struck out 20 guys in 7 innings, give or take. you're 0-2 and you have to sit there and think about it for 10 minutes while the
Yes.
lights come on.
No kidding.
Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of him, and this is the only way this night could have ended in a positive way for me. It's been a rough night, but a great job by Graham Hilton. We're going to miss him, but boy, I really liked his mentality there at that plate. He was fighting and fighting and fighting, and boy, what a great at bat to end it. And thank God the right guys are on the right side that time.
I think it'll go down as a 9-pitch, 15-minute at bat.
Yeah, I think at least. You know, I guess I should check my clock. I can tell you because the call. Yeah,
Was it 8:30?
No, it was
8:50.
8:32.
Okay.
8:31 is when they called me.
Okay, yeah.
And at 8:32, they told me that it was going to be 8 to 12 minutes to get them to cool down and get back on. So
we end at 8:50. So I would say, a 20-minute at bat.
20-minute at bat after being down 0-2 to figure out a way to go. I mean, he fouled off some great pitches too. So I can't wait to go tell him nice job. What a great at bat and a big win and one we needed. To be quite honest with you, I mean, it's been a crazy day to say the least. But this is a game we just really needed to win. Against a good Fremont team after things have gone sideways to us. And let's not forget about Luke Causey. He made 2 incredible plays in right field, and really that one in the top way back 10 hours ago in the top of the first
kept 2 off the board. Probably
that kept 2 off the board, and really what it did was it kept momentum in that third base dugout. And so again, you know, sometimes you forget about those. You remember the things at the end, but those 2 plays by Luke Causey were huge, and so it was a total team effort for those guys over there in the dugout today, and really proud of those guys wearing yellow shirts today. This is a game we needed to have, and we showed Fremont that we're not going anywhere. So that's a big win for the Busters.
All right. He is Scott Galusha. Appreciate him joining us, and what turns into a walk-off winner some 4.5 hours after we began at 4:30 this afternoon. Sodbusters win it 7-6. We'll have post-game coverage and hear from head coach Josh Brenner right after this. This is
There's
Sodbuster
nothing
Baseball.
like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Core CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs. We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner. You know, some games are crisply played, some move fast, some have a little bit of everything, and this one certainly was one of those in the latter category. How about 2 rain delays, a lighting outage, and when all is said and done, some 4 hours after we began, let's call it 4 hours and 23 minutes after we began, the Hastings Sodbusters defeat the Fremont Moo by a score of 7-6. Sodbusters never trailed, but could never get away from this Fremont team. Fremont had all kinds of opportunities in the first 4 innings of this one. They would strand 9. They stranded 9 through the first. They stranded 12 runners at the first 5 innings of this contest. After the Sodbusters scored 4 in the first getting 3 two-out hits to get that 4-run inning. They would see it stand until the 5th inning when Fremont battled for 4 to tie. Hastings getting a run back in the 5th, adding a run in the 6th to go up 6-4, but a big 2-out, 2-strike hit from Cooper Fucino tied it up in the 7th. It would stay that way until the bottom of the 10th. The free runner, Jet Hannaford, would take third base. Weston Johnston grounded out in the drawn-in infield. An intentional walk to Luke Causey, an intentional walk to Brock Cross. Graham Hilton down 0-2. The lights go out. He has to think about it for 18 minutes and battles all the way back to draw a walk, just the way you expected this one to end. 7-6. The Sodbusters take out the Fremont Moo, and we've got Josh Printer on hand. What a goofy game. Your thoughts after this one?
Just all the fight and hell of an AB from Graham there at the end. Just never gave up. Saw a bunch of pitches, saw everything he had to offer him, and just guts. I mean, he wasn't looking to walk. He was ready. He fouled off probably 6+ pitches there, and just kept winning one pitch at a time, and just kept bringing that pitcher down in that hole with him. I mean, started 0-2 and just brought that pitch. I mean, went one pitch at a time and brought it all the way to end up walking off with a walk-off walk. So just hats off to Graham.
You wanted this team to show some edge after Wednesday. I think they did that today.
Yeah, I mean, started in BP. Scott came and talked to us today, and we kind of had a little bit of a heart-to-heart and just go back to the fundamentals and just playing for one another, not kind of individual. Baseball sometimes can get individual, but at the end it's a team game, and we got some bunts down. We moved runners up today, and just we got to clean it up a little bit in the field, but for the most part, just go back to Sodbuster baseball. We got a bunch of just really good dirtbag baseball players. We're not really a power team, so play to our strengths and just keep it simple and just fight up there, figuring out a way to work with 2 strikes and try to just working hard for contact and just. Hats off to them. They wanted it. 4th of July, fireworks going off. Feels like playing in the Sandlot, and just very, very proud and happy for the guys.
Let's go back to the first inning some 4 hours ago. People probably don't think about bases loaded, 2 outs, fly ball to right. Luke Causey keeps them off the board in the first, and then later had a diving grab in the 7th to keep it a tie ball game. Causey, 2 huge plays out there in right.
2 huge plays out in right. Huge. Talk to them sometime whenever you're not, which he obviously had that big double or triple there too. But just talking about some days it's not going to be your day at the plate, and you got to find a way how to help the team contribute. And Causey did that on both sides of the play, but 2 huge plays for him out in right today to save 2 runs.
And then in the bottom of the first, a team which is kind of scuffled with 2 outs. You get 3 straight run-scoring 2-out hits. How big was that to take the 4-0 lead?
Huge. We, me and Scott we addressed it before the game that we had rain coming in. We were going to try to jump on them early, and they took to it. And we also addressed about the two-out hitting. But just hats off to them. I mean, we can tell them all the hearsay, and it's their job to go out and execute. So hats off to the team, and just well played baseball today. And that 4th inning or 5th inning, they scored 4, but we had two back-to-back innings that were huge answer runs. So there were two runs in the 7th. Didn't hurt us because we ended up scoring 2 in the 5th and the 6th. So those were 2 huge runs, huge bounce-back innings for us. So just a team win. No one, I mean, pitching-wise, everyone threw well, but just team-wise, just no one really stood out to me. Just everyone was a part of the win today, and that if we're going to win some games, that's kind of how it's got to be. So.
And the mental focus it takes to wait through 2 weather delays, to get out of an inning one time during the rain, to battle through that too before the lighting delay at the end. It takes a little fortitude to go through that too.
Oh yeah, try to kept talking to Graham. We were trying to keep him locked in, but at the same time not overdoing it. Telling him all the pressure's on the pitcher there. I mean, especially when you don't throw a pitch for 20 minutes and all the pressure's on you. He's still got to come to you there and fight off anything close. Don't leave it up to the umpire. But especially with Jet on third base. But no, just hats off to Graham. Freaking battles his butt off and got it done for us.
And Cohen Nelson, the Renta pitcher for the day. Do you think you could find a spot for him in the lineup if he would come back and maybe pitch a few more times?
Yeah, I joked with him a little bit, trying to see if he'd stick around for more than just one outing for us. But he's got a situation over in Kansas City. He's working out and training in, and he's wanting to do that. Man, I guarantee you Scott's going to be on the phone talking to his parents as well, trying to see if we can sneak a couple more outings out of him. But heck of a job, especially, I mean, first time pitching here and thrown back out in extra innings, guy on second base, gets a couple Ks there, huge strikeouts, and huge bringing us to the bottom of the 10th with still a tied game.
Josh Printer, head coach for the Hastings Sodbusters. Nice win as Hastings breaks the 6-game skid. They win it 7-6, and the Hastings Sodbusters go to 1-1 in second half competition. And now 3 with the Plainsmen. Got opportunity to come out and see the games here at Duncan Field, 6:35 each night, and we'll begin that 3-game series tomorrow. Big thank you to Connor Christensen for his extra work here. The Hastings Sodbusters get the victory. Let's take you through the final numbers here as Hastings wins this contest. 7 runs, 7 hits. They commit 2 errors. Fremont 6 runs, 11 hits. They commit 4 errors. From a numbers standpoint of the offensive side, Coach Printer talked about it up and down the lineup. Really no standout, but Drew Vega kind of heading in the right direction. 2 for 3, 2 runs scored today. Jackson Crane with a hit and a run scored. Weston Johnston 1 for 4, an RBI and a run scored. Luke Causey had that big triple, an RBI and a run scored. Brock Cross, a hit, an RBI, and a run scored. Graham Hilton 1 for 3 with the walk-off RBI walk. Jet Hannaford, the pinch runner, came in and scored the winning run for the Hastings Sodbusters. Up and down the lineup, getting it done. Creighton Jacobitz, kind of a courageous effort for him, kept his team in it. He goes 4 1/3, allows 3 runs on 6 hits. Didn't have his A stuff, but kept putting up zeros until that 5th. He walked 5, he struck out 3. Braden Cork worked 2 innings, allowing 3 runs, 2 of those earned on 2 hits. He struck out 2, walked 2, and then Cohen Nelson, 3 2/3 innings of scoreless relief to pick up the win. Allowed 3 hits, struck out 5, didn't walk anybody. Congratulations to him. For Fremont, they had a multi-hit game as Henry Heyman went 2 for 5 with an RBI and a run scored, and Luke Saxton went 2 for 4 with a run scored, and their number 9 hitter, Preston Gajewski, a big day, 3 for 4, an RBI, and 2 runs scored. Pitching-wise, Zachary Vincent got the start, goes 6 innings, probably deserved better than 6 runs, 5 of those earned. He struck out 8, walked 2. You had Eli Larson come in, worked 3 innings of scoreless relief, and one of their dudes, pretty darn good guy, big strikeout guy, but he ends up taking the loss as Hauser ended up taking the loss. Joe goes to 3rd of an inning. 3 walks, the undoing for him. Of course, he had 2 intentional walks. The Sodbusters getting that runner at 3rd with only 1 man out, and so 2 intentional walks there for Hauser, but then the bases loaded walk ended the contest. So that'll do it for our broadcast. We'll be on the air at 6:05 tomorrow as the Plainsmen will make the long trip from Casper and be here to take on the Hastings Sodbusters. Final score once again, Hastings 6, Fremont. How about, it was Hastings 7, Fremont 6. This has been Sodbuster Baseball.
Catch the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Get the ultimate fan experience at a Hastings Sodbuster game this summer. Enjoy high-level collegiate summer wood bat baseball at the beautiful and historic Duncan Field in Hastings. Baseball and a whole lot more. Affordable family fun. That's what the Sodbusters and the Independence League are all about. Sodbuster Baseball. It's your team.
Catch the